Okay. I switched the mic, so I think we should be good now. That was weird. All right. Once again, the Ayam Asharai Makab, Psalms 121. Not sure someone must have changed the setting last time. Anya Rayam Mayim Oh Harim Mayan Yabu sorry Yabu Maya Hawe Shashad Shemayim Warataza La Yanathan Lamawat Regalia Yela Yanawam Shashwa Marka and La Yanawam Wala Yashan Shashwa Marka and La Yanawam Wala Yashan Shashwamar Yashvele Yahweh Shamaria Yahweh Tazalia Ayo Yim Yawumam Hashemash La Hakaya Wayarak La Balayela Yahweh Yashamaria Makau Rai Yashamar Na Pasha Yahweh Yashamar Habalakya Wa'aya My Fa Wa I will Basham Yahweh the water man.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shemaiah Sharela, Hero Israel. Shemaiah Sharela, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shemaiah Sharela, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shemaiah Sharela, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thapala Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abinawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayya, Shamka, Yahuwah, Balakwaka, Thaba'a, Ratazawanka, Hayya, Aisha, Barataza, Kabashemayim, Natanlanawa, Lakham, Yawam, Zad, Wasalaklanawa, Kabawat Nawa, Kasalak Nawa, Kabawat Yanawa. Wala Abiyarnawa, oh, Nasaiwan, above, our Shinawa, Marai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Wa Allah, Wathaparat, Why Walam, Aman.
Matthew 6 and 9. After this manner therefore pray, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debtors, we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. I sure am a Tazawah, the Ten Commandments. La'ad, Yahaya, Lakad, Alahayim, Akharim, Alpanyat, La'ad, Thaishad, Lakad, Pasol, Wala'ad, Thaibadam, La'ad, Thalakwakath, Shamwad, Yahweh, Alahayaka, Lashawat, Zakat, Af,
At,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabath,
Hashabat,
La Kodashwa,
Lakodashwa,
Kabad,
Kabad,
Abiyakab, Wa Amakab, La Ad,
La'at,
Taratazak,
Ratazak,
La Ad,
La'at,
Tana'ap,
Tana'at,
La Ad,
La'at,
Daganab,
Daganah,
La Ad,
La'at,
Tainad,
Tainah,
Shakur,
Shakor,
La Ad,
La'at,
Tachamad,
Takamad,
Kal,
Kad,
Asherad,
Asherah,
La Ra'ayakab,
La'aika,
Aman.
Aman. Exodus 22. I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless at taking his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and holiday. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen.
Aman. Yeshabwa, be seated. Barakateh Hawa by Shimi Hawashai, Asheranathan and Al Pari Agapan Thuata Aman. La Hawa by Shimi Hawashai, Af Yashra. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panuai, Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh, Haggadah, Rakawam, Abiyah, Wanawa'ah, Aliyawan, Malak, Shal, Shemayim, Waratazah, Wakal, Dabarim, Kayayim, Wagam, Hamashiach, Mayahawah, Arawanawa, Ahabnawa, Hapaleh, Yawaitazah, Yahawashai, Zakarnawa, Yahweh, Bartazawan, Ainka, Yash'ala, Zarnawa, Banai, Wasap, Yash'ala, O, Nanawa, Yamyan, Aifa, Kayawamyam, Makwadam, Babakushai, Shalak, Mike Allah, Watazwadak, Alahayim, La, Magdanawa, Raparnawa, Washamak, Elnawa, Baikwa, Shalak, Haroka, Shal, Yawashai, Lanawa, Lalamudnawa, Rabiam Kakama Sabawana Wada I Shall the Barka Basham Yehoshai the Wada them yet why will man. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember, Yahweh, favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel, most high, we beg you, right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hatawarat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Award, Lara Awat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Quran, Hayo, La Korah, Ha'ain. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hasheman, Zayath, Lamashak, Yasha'allah. Yeshabwa, be seated. All right, so Shalom, Yasharella.
Shalom.
So Shalom, everybody here in Philly. Shalom, everybody watching on live stream, and Shalom, everyone listening in on teleconference. Welcome to Hayah Sharla Kanas, or the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the so-called Black, Latin, Native Americans from North, Central, South America, and the Caribbean mainly make up the southern and northern kingdoms of the 12 tribes of Israel, and that we fall into a lower state politically, economically, even religiously, because we broke the laws of God, found the Bible given to us by Moses, and that we come out of this lower state that we fall into by turning back to the commandments that we broke by following Jesus Christ. And one way we do that is by keeping the Sabbath holy, and as regularly scheduled, we go through a Sabbath service. Today's Sabbath service reading is going to be Ecclesiasticus, chapters 37 and 38. Once again, Ecclesiasticus 37 and 38. My name is Nabia Zerbabal. I'll be doing the service this morning and afternoon. And just for your notes, for your records, just put down that today, according to the Gregorian calendar, is July 31st, 2021. But then according to our calendar, it would be the 4th month and the 22nd day. Once again, 4th month and 22nd day. It shouldn't be strange because we know what 3 Sabbaths ago was a Sabbath and a new moon. So we know we'll be in the 22nd day if you count 3 weeks from the last new moon, which was Friday sundown, 3 weeks ago. I'll try to go through this swiftly since we've gotten somewhat of a late start. I'll try to give the sense, cause us to understand the reading as this Holy Spirit will allow. And feel free to post any questions, comments, or scriptures in the chat, or bring them up over the phone or here in person if you're here in person. So let's get into Ecclesiasticus 37 in verse 1. So Ecclesiasticus 37 and 1, it reads, "Every friend saith, I am his friend also. But there is a friend which is only a friend in name." Right? So we're talking about friends again in this chapter, which is similar to past chapters we read in Ecclesiasticus. Now we're just talking about what? Not being just a fair weather friend, meaning you're friends when you got friendly skies or it's a clear day, which is just metaphoric for things are going well. But what about those friends that are with you when skies aren't so friendly, when things are actually rough and tough? So it's making that observation that you have friends that are just friends in name. And we read this weeks back in Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12 and verse 8. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12 and verse 8. So once again, Ecclesiasticus 12 and 8, which reads, "A friend cannot be known in prosperity, and an enemy cannot be hidden in adversity." So when things are going well, a friend cannot be known, because everyone's a friend when you're prosperous. Then it says an enemy cannot be hidden in adversity, meaning what? When you're going through hardship, your enemies are exposed, right? As far as those people who may have been pretending to be your friends, but now that you're going through adversity, now they could expose themselves because they see that what? You've weakened, and now they can gain the advantage on you, right? Or to preserve their advantage, they can leave you be and not try to help, even if they're in a position to do so. Also, Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 and verse 5. Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 and verse 5, you can link as well, which reads, Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 verse 5, "Sweet language will multiply friends, and a fair speaking tongue will increase kind greetings." Right? So just on how you talk, if you communicate sweetly, right, you're a good orator, right, or you have a way with words, it says you're going to multiply friends, right, because people like how you talk, right? They like how you say things and what you say. So it's going to increase kind greetings. So one of our fruits of the spirit, brotherly kindness, right? But we know it shouldn't just be kindness just for kindness' sake, but because you actually care. So you can write that down too. And then another one in Ecclesiasticus, because Ecclesiasticus is one of those books that you can link the book itself. You know, we can link other scriptures, but Ecclesiasticus has link ups with its own its own chapters. Right? You can do a whole lesson just stay in this book. That's why brothers call it the jewel box. So Ecclesiasticus 3 and 8 as well. Ecclesiasticus 3 and 8, somewhat indirect link, but I'll make the connection shortly. It says, Ecclesiasticus chapter 3 and verse 8, "Honor thy father and mother both in word and deed, that a blessing may come upon thee from them." So we see here what? It mentioned the importance of what? Not only in word, but in deed as well. Those are the key things, right? The key thing we want to do to be like our mighty forefathers, like Yahweh Shai Mashiach, right? It tells you the scriptures, he was a prophet, mighty in word and deed, right? So that's what we want to exemplify, trying to follow his example. So in what we say, right, which deals with our communication, or the seventh sense, like it says in Ecclesiasticus 17, cogitation, as well as deed, or what we do, our decision making, right? Our discernment, which is the sixth sense, right? Which is our understanding. We use that to make decisions. So that's where deeds come in. Sorry?
What's that last one?
3 and 8.
Yeah, you said another one.
6 and 5?
Okay. All right.
That was the one before that. Okay. So yeah, the sixth and seventh sense, we read about Ecclesiasticus 17. Sixth sense deals with understanding. The seventh deals with cogitation or speech, right? So those are our words and deeds. So that's what we're judged on, and that's where our power lies, right? And we can do those things, but with righteousness as the structure behind it. The scriptures as our baseline, because they use these things in the world too, but they have their own principles which aren't according to the scriptures. So also a link with these, Proverbs 18:24. Once again, Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 24. So it reads, Proverbs chapter 18, verse 24, it says, a man that have friends must show himself friendly. And there is a friend that's still closer than a brother. So the first precept, a man that have friends must show himself friendly, right? So you don't want to rub your friends the wrong way, especially if you have a lot of them. And that can get tough sometimes, especially if you have a whole lot of friends, but then the principles that your friends, different friends have, don't align. So what happens, you have a friend and your principles don't align with your friend's principles. And a situation arises where somebody said something and did something that they may agree with and you don't. Now you got a problem, right? And we're going to read about that too as you read on in this Ecclesiasticus 37 about why it's important to continue with a godly man, right? Or a godly woman, right? To have those in your inner circle. Because with your friends and associates that are in the world, you're going to clash, right? Because things they say or do are not going to be according to what you would say or do in the same situation. And they're going to be like, hey, what's up? I thought you're supposed to have my back. And it's just like, well, I do up until when you say or do something that goes against my principles. You know, what do we do now? Right? Because I can't love you more than the Most High in Christ. And even especially when it happens when it comes to even family members, right? What did Christ tell us? He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. He didn't say not love father or mother. He just said, don't love father and mother more than me, to where your love for them is going to have you say or do something that goes against my principles, right? That's where we draw the line. Just like government, right? We adhere to the laws of the land, whether it's this captivity or captivities before, because our captivities are ordained by the Most High. Where we draw the line is when the captivity would compel us to do something that goes against the Most High's law. That's where we draw the line. So it works the same way. And then we could also get 1 John chapter 3 and verse 18. Does this link with Proverbs, or is this something different?
Oh, we talk about you can't love someone more than the Most High, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I say my favorite? Or should I wait?
Let me just read this, and then you can go ahead and bring that out. So this is 1 John chapter 3. In verse 18, it reads, my little children, let us not love in word, neither in tongue, but in deed and truth. So just another example of we got to be about it, not just talk about it when it comes to the scriptures. All right. Good. You got
Yeah.
it.
2 Ezra 5 and 33. And it says, and I said, speak on, my Lord. Then said he unto me, thou art sore troubled in mind for Israel's sake. Lovest thou that people better than he that made them? So, Ezra is, concerned about Israel and, and his love for Israel. So he's like, he's telling, the Most High telling Ezra, you love Israel more than him, more than the Creator himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Con. So you're connecting that with just what I made the reference to as far as loving father and mother.
Yes.
Okay. Con. All right. So Ecclesiasticus 37:2. It says, "Is it not a grief unto death when a companion and friend is turned to an enemy?" So the question is being asked, is it not a grief unto death? Right? So a very grievous thing. When a companion and friend is turned into an enemy, right? So the Most High doesn't like this. He looks at it as like a bad thing, right? If anything, you want to maintain your friendships, your alliances, right? What happens if it gets flipped the other way? You can link this with Ecclesiasticus as well. We read this before, chapter 20, in verse 23, just as an example of how this can happen, how it can happen over something, serious, also something even, you could say, trivial, but it can blow up, and then it can have you at odds with someone that you were friends with or allied with. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 20, and verse 23. So it reads, Ecclesiastes 20:23, it says, "There is that for bashfulness promiseth to his friend and maketh him his enemy for nothing." Right? So it's kind of going along what we talk about as far as, let your yea be yea and your nay be nay, right? Right? Don't say you can or can't unless you're absolutely sure. If anything, just tell someone, oh, let me get back to you about that event that's happening or that affair or that favor that you needed, because you don't want to tell somebody, yeah, I can do it, no problem, right? And the date comes and they call you the day before or that morning and they say, hey, what's up? And then you didn't realize it was a new moon or a holy day or something. Now you're stuck. Oh, I'm not supposed to do this on a holy day. Now you made this person, due to your bashfulness, not wanting to tell them no or tell them, let me get back to you. Now you made them an enemy because you agreed to something that's going to have you go against what the Most High requires of you. Just as an example. So just make sure. Or just say, you know what, let me get back to you on that. Or I can make it Lord's will. And then just try to make things or arrange things in a way to where your likelihood of meeting that commitment is much stronger. So a grievous thing, things the Most High hates, brothers becoming enemies. This is also in Proverbs chapter 6. Proverbs chapter 6, 16-19, especially verse 19, but I got to start in 16 so you kind of get the full picture. So Proverbs chapter 6, we'll get a lot of links in Proverbs today as the wisdom books tend to link with each other, right? Ecclesiasticus links with itself, and then Job, Psalms, Proverbs, right? Ecclesiastes, those are the wisdom books, right? As well as Song of Solomon. You can connect a lot of those verses with in the Apocrypha, Wisdom of Solomon, as well as Ecclesiasticus. You'll see a lot of verses echoed, or one verse will complement the other. The books of wisdom. All right, so this is Proverbs chapter 6. In verse 16, it reads, Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, "These 6 things doeth the Lord hate, yes, 7 are abomination unto him." So this is also a scripture we use to show our favorite one of our favorite milk topics, does God hate? Because in the world, they'll say, oh, my God's a God of all love, right? In the so-called Christian church, for example, right? Or whatever their denomination or religion, they'll say God's a God of love. But if we're made in his image and we have love and we have hate too, wouldn't he have hate also if we got it from him? So yes, the Most High hates. But what does he hate? What does he consider abomination, which is something that's utterly detested, right? It's like hate on a high level. Verse 17, a proud look, number 1. Number 2, a lying tongue. Number 3, and hands that shed innocent blood. Number 4, verse 18, a heart that deviseth wicked imaginations. That's going to come up later too. Where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Feet that be swift in running to mischief, right? And it says, number 6, verse 19, a false witness that speaketh lies. And check out the last one. This is where the connection is. And number 7, he that soweth discord among brethren, right? Instead of being in concord or having concordance with your brother or sister, now you have someone that sows discord to split you up, right? To divide you up, right? To cause you to fall out with your companion and friend. So the Most High hates the person that does that, let alone the action itself, because the Most High wants us to be able to work together and to live peaceably with men, not to be at odds with one another, right? Let that be a last resort. If we're going to be at odds, let it be based on someone not doing the commandments, as opposed to something that's just, both you are of the commandments, but then you might have differences as far as methods. You agree on principle, but not on method. At least that's, something you can work around. So Proverbs chapter 6, 16 to 19 as well. You can link with Ecclesiasticus 37 and 2. And we also linked Ecclesiasticus 20 and 23. Let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 37, unless we have other links. But Ecclesiasticus 37 in verse 3 now. See, this is where it comes up again. We just read this in Proverbs. Listen to verse 3. Oh, wicked imagination, right? Where we just read, the Most High hates a heart that devises wicked imaginations. How was it worded exactly? We see that imagination come up again. O wicked imagination, whence camest thou in to cover the earth with deceit? So what's the root word of imagination? Image, right? And the Most High gives us the power to what? Imagine, right? To envision. And this was a thorn in our side going back to mankind in the beginning, right? When we first were in the earth, before and after the flood. What's the reference? The link with 37 and 3. One example we can get is Genesis chapter 6, verse 5. Genesis 6 and 5. Genesis chapter 6 and verse 5. This around the time of Noah, before the flood. It reads, now power saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Right? So this is going into the people that were in the earth that came from Adam, but more so the other people that were there, because remember, right before the flood, you had other people, but you also had Adam and his family too. And then when the flood came, he preserved Adam's descendant, Noah, his wife, his 3 sons and their wives, as well as 7 of all clean beasts, 2 of all unclean beasts on the ark, as you read on in the story. So wicked imaginations, right? Even back then. Then the flood happened, and a little while after that, when people started to grow again, the children of Noah, his descendants, the people who are in the earth now, we all come from Noah's family, all the different nations. It happened again. The wicked imagination sprouted back up when they tried to build this tower to go against what the Most High wanted, which was nations to spread out. They built this city with a tower to say, look, let's all stay together so we don't get scattered. So that was an imagination, a wicked imagination they had. Genesis chapter 11 in verse 6. So this is a wicked imagination again after the flood, which reads, and the Lord said, Genesis chapter 11, verse 6, and the Lord said, or Yahweh said, behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do, and now nothing will restrain from them which they have imagined to do. Right? So, like they say, teamwork makes the dream work. But now we got to question what that dream is, right? Because if it's not of the Most High don't like it. It's not good. And then even the Most High tells us later on, after Christ, Paul writes this, one of our favorite verses we like to read at camp. I'll give you one more. This isn't it, but these are just the key ones that I liked. We can also go to 2 Corinthians chapter 10. I'll start from 4, and I'll read down to 6. You can read that as well as a link. So 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 4. Didn't have this at first, but I'm going to add it on now. Oops, I forgot this one. There's one more I had to get before I read this, but since we already called it, I'll just read this now. 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 4, it reads, for the weapons of our warfare, Paul talking to the brothers and sisters that were in Corinth, he says, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, meaning of the flesh, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. Not so much physical buildings, but what? Buildings of the mind. He's going to explain further. Verse 5, casting down imaginations. See that? And every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God. Right? So we're dealing with, like they would say in the worldly context, psychological warfare. Right? Or war of nerves. Right? They got these different terms. Right? When the spy agencies like the CIA and MI6 over there in the UK tried to overthrow an organization or a country, right? They use what they call psyops, psychological operations, right? Try to subvert the mind state of the people, right? To get them to believe and to say or do something that they want. So we have to counteract this, knowing the truth, with the scriptures, right? To break those things down if they don't go along with what the scriptures say. So once again, verse 5, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ, right? So who are you going to serve? If you serve Christ, you're free of Satan. If you serve Satan, you're free of Christ, right? We rather serve Christ, right? He's got the better package, right? The better package deal as opposed to Satan, right? Verse 6, and having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. So we want to revenge all disobedience against God's word by what? Being what we want to see in the earth, being that righteous example. And as far as our heart, which is our mind, the scripture we always like to go to, I had this here written, I just didn't pull it yet. But we always like to use this verse because people will say, your heart, that's like in your chest, right? But in the scriptures, heart and mind are used interchangeably. It just deals with your mind, right? Which really is not really the organ, but it works throughout your whole body, right? So this is Matthew chapter 15 and verse 19. That tells that the heart is the mind. Because most of your brain is up here, but your nervous system goes throughout your body, right? It goes even here and even goes down into your midsection too, right? And through your legs. So yeah, you have your brain, but then don't confuse that with your mind. Your mind works through your brain. So Matthew chapter 15 and verse 19, it reads, "For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts." What kind of thoughts? Murders, adulteries, fornications, theft, false witness, blasphemies. Sounds like what we just read in the beginning of the service, right? We went through those 10 commandments. Thou shalt know the gods before me, right? Thou shalt not kill, right? Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal, etc., etc. Thou shalt not bear false witness. So we see that right here in this list, this dirty laundry list that Christ has given us. So Matthew 15:19, when it comes to wicked imaginations. All right. So 2 Corinthians 10:4-6, Matthew 15:19, Genesis 11:6, Genesis 6:5. All that going with 37:3. Let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 37. Let's read on in verse 4. (37:4) of Ecclesiasticus reads, "There is a companion which rejoiceth in the prosperity of a friend, but in time of trouble will be against him." Right? So we read this in Ecclesiasticus as well, and we read it previously. Link this with chapter 12. Ecclesiasticus chapter 12. I wrote it down wrong. Chapter 12 and verse 9. Ecclesiasticus 12:9, it says, "In the prosperity of a man, enemies will be grieved." We read that before in past classes, right? The enemies, you read other scriptures, is talking about what? You have those of your nation, brothers and sisters, that can be your enemy. Then you have the enemies, which are the heathen, the other nations, right? That go against the Most High. And like I said, you have that too with your own brothers and sisters who will go against the Most High, and you're following it, right? They can become your enemy, right? And it can even happen when you both deal with the commandments. But like I said, we might have a disagreement when it comes to certain things, or they may have wronged you in some way, somehow, right? Whether unknowingly or knowingly. But it says, "In the prosperity of a man, enemies will be grieved, but in his adversity, even a friend will depart." Right? So things get rough. Yeah. Even a friend will say, "All right, too much," right? "I don't even know if I can hang with you on this one," right? And then they'll depart. You can also link chapter 6. I know we were here earlier, but it's still relevant. Chapter 6 of Ecclesiasticus. Sorry, 1 second here. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 and verse 7, it reads, "If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him." Verse 8, "For some man is a friend for his own occasion, and will not abide in the day of thy trouble." Right? Like we were reading earlier, fair weather friend, right? They like how you talk, right? They like what you got going on, so they become your friend, right? And like we were reading earlier too, he that had many friends must show himself. He that is have many friends must show himself friendly, right? Everybody wants to be a part of the group. But don't let something bad happen to you, some kind of misfortune or some kind of slander against you, right? Then you'll see those same friends depart. it says, verse 9, and there is a friend who being turned to enmity and strife will discover thy reproach or shame, right? So they're going to look for what they can find on you, any mistake or something you might have said or did wrong, whether it was in the recently or in the distant past, right? To try to put shame on you. It says in verse 10, I'm in chapter 6. I started in verse 7. Now I'm in verse 10 of Ecclesiasticus. It says in verse 10, again, some friend is a companion at the table and will not continue in the day of thy affliction, right? So you're sitting down breaking bread and things are going well. But when affliction comes, right, one of our temptations, right? One of our 3 key types of temptation. It says that what? They won't continue. Verse 11, it says, but in thy prosperity he will be as thyself and will be bold over thy servants, right? So he'll be just like you. And he, when it comes to those you have command over, he'll command them too as if, they're his servants, right? Which mine is yours, but yours is mine, right? Then it says in 12, if thou be brought low, he will be against thee and will hide himself from thy face, right? Because now you might, ask that friend for help, right? Through this tough time that you're now in. And that friend will be hard to locate, right? Because they're not either not in a position to help, or they can and don't want to give up anything that they've gained themselves. But it was all good when they could ride your coattails. So this is just the reality, right? This is what we deal with. So we have to make sure that we're just extra mindful as now we know the truth. We understand temptation a lot better than our people that are in the world and strangers at large. All right. So back in Ecclesiasticus 37, but we linked with verse 4, we linked 12 and 9 as well as Ecclesiasticus chapter 6, 7 to 12. With 37 and 4. Now we're in 37 and 5 of Ecclesiasticus. It says, there is a companion which helpeth his friend for the belly and taketh up the buckler against the enemy. Right? So you have a companion that says, which helpeth his friend for the belly. Right? In other words, so that he himself can prosper. He himself can eat, so to speak. It says the belly. So this isn't a strange thing. We even have this in unrighteousness, right? This is necessarily a wicked thing per se, right? It's just talking about what? People tend to be self-interested, right? And Most High even knows this, right? So when he tells us to keep the commandments, we keep because it's the right thing to do. But at the same time, we know that what? The Most High say, hey, if you keep my commandments, they're my commandments, right? I'm asking you to keep my commandments. Not only are the right thing to do, but what? You'll be blessed in the earth. All things you would ever want or desire, I'll bless you with those things, right? So that's like an incentive, right? So anyone who's self-interested, right? But what? See that benefit that comes from keeping the law, for example. And even our kings of old, they would use that too as an incentive, right? If we were taking over the land or fighting with the other nations, they said, look, whoever takes out this city, I'll make him chief and captain, right? Take out this enemy of mine, right? So we see this as far as it incentivized, right? So to link with 37 and 5, as far as what I'm talking about, for King Saul did this, right, during the time of Goliath, and we see David stepped up to the plate. 1 Samuel chapter 17 and verse 25. 1 Samuel 17, 25. First Samuel chapter 17 and verse 25, it reads, and the men of Israel said, have ye seen this man that is come up? Surely to defy Israel is he come up. And it shall be that the man who killeth him, the King Saul, will enrich him with what? Great riches, and will give him his daughter, that was Michal, and make his father's house free in Israel. See that? Because remember, the laws of the king's court, that required a tenth, just like the sons of Aaron required a tenth. They required a tenth too, right? So that was 20%. To Israel, 80% was they could do with what they would, but that 20% off the top, whatever they made, whatever they earned, right? As far as their increase, tended to go to Levi, and then after they set the kings up, Saul being our first king in this sense, 10% had to go to him too, and it tells you what he could do, how you could call your sons and daughters to be in his army or to be in his court, right, to do different tasks. So yeah, he said, yeah, I'll give you this benefit if you go against this man, right? So that's like an incentive, right? So the king knew, okay, men have a desire to increase their station, their position. So if they go against this enemy of mine, of ours, I'll give them this benefit, right? So that's 1 Samuel 17:25. Also, we see David, when he becomes king, he does the same thing when it comes to, for example, getting what will become Jerusalem. Because before, Jerusalem was controlled by these Canaanites named Jebus, or the Jebusites. And they were talking trash about David, and then he came back with this as a response, right? Because you see David being a man after the Most High's heart, to where, however people came at him, he would respond in the same fashion, right? Whether it was, Israel, or even the other nations. Here's an example of that. But 2 Samuel chapter 5, I'll start from 6, and then I'll read down to 8, just so we get the full picture. But it's really verse 8. That's the main part that I want. 2 Samuel chapter 5 and verse 6, it says, and the king and his men went to Jerusalem unto the Jebusites, which the inhabitants of the land, which spake unto David, saying, except thou take away the blind and the lame, thou shalt not come in hither. Thinking David cannot come in hither, right? So that was like a jab from the Jebusites at David and his people. 7, like saying, oh, you guys are lame, crippled, right? This is our land. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion. The same is the city of David, right? Only makes sense, right? He took it so he can name it after himself. Verse 8, and David said on that day, whosoever getteth up to the gutter and smiteth the Jebusites and the lame and the blind that are hated of David's soul, he shall be chief and captain. Wherefore they said, the blind and the lame shall not come into the house. So he flipped it back on them and then put the incentive out there to go and take the city. You read it in, I think it's in Chronicles 11, 1 Chronicles 11, it tells you that the one who took this up was his captain of the host, who will become his captain of the host, Joab, son of Zeruiah, right? So he'll be the one to take up that charge. But you see the incentive, though, right? So, helping someone for your own belly, isn't necessarily a bad thing all the time, right? And it's natural, because that's just it's just how we work. It's just a part of the function of, people are motivated by incentive, even us in righteousness, right? It's just the goal we have to really be mindful of. What's the goal that we seek? 1 Corinthians chapter 9, saying the same thing. 1 Corinthians chapter 9, and I'll just read verse 7. 1 Corinthians chapter 9 and verse 7, it says, once again, 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 7, who goeth to warfare at any time at his own charges? Who planteth a vineyard and eateth not of the fruit thereof? Or who feedeth a flock and eateth not of the milk of the flock? So, rhetorical questions. They're all pretty much saying the same thing, right? You're not going to do these things unless what? There's a hope of some kind of advantage that you're going to gain from this work that you're putting in, right? So it's only natural you help your friend the same way if you know what, there's a potential for gain, right? Now, the primary reason should be, because you care for your friend as you would care for yourself. But that secondary and tertiary reasons, right, that come into play are definitely going to be what? Definitely can be what? Self-interest, right? You want to increase yourself. So that's 1 Corinthians 9 and 7, 2 Samuel 5. I read 6 to 8, but verse 8. And then 1 Samuel 17 and 25. All that linking with 37 and 5 of Ecclesiasticus. So Ecclesiasticus 37 and verse 6 now. Ecclesiastes 37 and 6, it reads, "Forget not thy friend in thy mind, and be not unmindful of him in thy riches." Right? So this is an easy thing that you can do if you're not careful, right? Sometimes not even intentionally, right? But you're supposed to make sure you remind yourself, take a look at that ledger every so often and go, okay, what's my balance? What's my income, my expenses? What are my assets? What are my liabilities, right? Who do I owe and who owes me, right? On my ledger. Because in your time of prosperity, you want to make sure you check those boxes off. It's going to be very easy to just, once you get out of a lower state, to just ride that high horse and you forget about those who helped you along the way to get back to good standing. So it's saying here to what? Don't be unmindful of your friend in thy riches, who is there when you weren't rich, right? Because at least with that one, you can say, oh, he or she was a real one, because when I was down and out, they were there. They were there for me, not like others. They just came on board once I had my success. Not to say the new friends won't stick with you if you were to fall again, but they had to be proven, like we read in chapter 6 of Ecclesiasticus, right? Because we don't know why they're in your life now, right? Is it solely because of what you have now, or because of who you are? Maybe it's both, but which one has priority? If you fall down again, those things will be revealed. So to link with verse 6, we can link this also in Ecclesiasticus 29. Ecclesiasticus 29 and verse 15. Just an example of this, but this scripture dealing more specifically with surety, which is like insurance or like collateral in the scriptures. This is how we dealt with it from a scriptural standpoint, right? Where someone's indebted somehow, some way, and you stand in as a go-between between them and the debt that's owed. You make sure your friend, or you're surety for your friend, meaning you don't want to provide like collateral for what they owe to somebody. Kind of like a loan shark, but more on a personal level. You're not going to charge your brother interest like a loan shark would, right? But the relationship is similar. So Ecclesiasticus 29 and 15 again, it says, "Forget not the friendship of thy surety, for he hath given his life for thee," right? So if that person, when your life was on the line, they came and they were surety for your sakes, right? To be that collateral for whatever debt was owed, that you owed, they'll take that debt on for you, right? Don't forget your friend when you're back in good standing. That's pretty much what it's saying. Because his livelihood was put on the line for your sakes when you weren't able. So when you are able, be mindful in what? Let him what? Be the one that can be in a position where you can help him out now, right? That who helped you out when you were in a time of need. And then this also links with chapter 7 in verse 14. We can go to Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 14. Ooh. Oh, man. I used to being there short act. So Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 14. Also to go with Ecclesiasticus 37, chapter 37 and verse 6. So Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 6 that we mentioned earlier, a lot of the wisdom books link up with Ecclesiasticus. Not only does Ecclesiastes link with itself, but books like Job, books like Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon, we'll be able to find links, a lot of links here that go with Ecclesiasticus and Wisdom of Solomon. So Ecclesiastes 7 and 14, right, to link with 37 and 6 of Ecclesiasticus, it says, in the day of prosperity be joyful, but in the day of adversity consider. Power also have set the one over against the other, to the end that man should find nothing after him. So putting the Most High first, realizing that what? He's the one that allows me to what? Prosper, as well as he's the one that allows me to what? To not prosper. He's the one that what? Provides for prosperity. He's the one that also provides adversity, right? He's going to have me experience both so that I realize the pros and cons of each. So that no matter what state I'm in, to always what? Have what matters most, which is my soul. That's what Paul talks about, right? When he says, whatever state I'm in, therewith, that should be content. Because content goes with joy, right? It's part of the fruit of the Spirit. I didn't have that in my notes originally, but let's add that on for verse 6, since we're talking about it. It just came to mind. But let's get that real quick. Philippians chapter 4. Verse 11, and I'll read down to 13. Philippians chapter 4 and verse 11. Let's make sure you write it down in your notes. It's linking up with 37 and 6. Philippians chapter 4 and verse 11, it says, so this is Paul speaking to what? The brothers and sisters in Philippi. He says, not that I speak in respect of want. Want here just means to lack or to be without. For I have learned in whatsoever state I am therewith to be content. Right? Verse 12, he says, I know both how to be abased and I know how to abound. Everywhere and in all things I am instructed, both to be full and to be hungry, both to abound and to suffer need. And he says, he completes it by saying 13, I can do all things through Christ, or Mashiach, and that's how you say it in the Hebrew, which strengtheneth me, right? So he's able to operate in both realms, right? Where he has a lot, has a little, has more, has less. Because in all things, you got to have yourself in the end, right? There's a lot of folks in the world, they'll give up themselves to what? Not have less, right? You hear people talk about that, especially like in the music industry. You guys hear them say that on certain songs, right? They'll say, I ain't never going back, right? I got this money now. I made this money off of, running, singing, dancing, and playing, whatever I did for master to get up here. I ain't never going back to the hood. I ain't never going back to being broke, right? And they'll say and do the worst to make sure that happens. But Paul's saying, don't even fret over that, because as long as you have your soul in righteousness, the Most High will make a way. So Philippians 4, 11 to 13, and Ecclesiastes 7, 14, link that all with Ecclesiasticus 37 and 6. We also linked Ecclesiasticus 29, 15 as well. But back to Ecclesiastes 37. Let's read on. Now we're in verse 7. Now we're going from friends to now going into counseling, how to receive counsel and to give counsel, right? And which counselors to deal with. So it says 37:7, every counselor extolleth counsel, but there is some that counseleth for himself. We were reading this in the class last night, right? With the elder, what he was going through in the class, the Friday class, talking about the different doctors, right? We may go to for advice or counsel when it comes to, the pandemic situation, right? Who do you listen to? You see all these people on YouTube, right? You see these people on Twitter, and it's like, okay, they got a check mark or they got so many followers, like, who do I listen to? Who do I trust, right? So it's going to give us some insight into that, right? So every counselor extolleth or raise up or praise counsel. So they're going to promote the counsel because that's their livelihood, right? Today we might, like I said, they might go by different names, like, doctors, lawyers. They have certain letters after their name, right? JD, MD, PhD, right? You say, oh, he or she must know what they're talking about. Let me ask them, right? It says they extol counsel. But then it says, but there is some that counseleth for himself. So some are going to what? Counsel for themselves, meaning what? They're going to give you the kind of advice that's going to what? Suit them. Exactly. And, we can't forget about our consultants, right? I know we always talk about like the different guys who write the money books, right? Like, was it the guy who wrote the book, was it Think and Grow Rich, right? Napoleon Hill. Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, right? And they talk about the cash flow quadrant, right? And he says, which person you're talking to by the language they use, right? Right? They say for the E, the employee, they talk about what? Oh, I got this kind of benefits. I make this much an hour, right? Then he says the self-employed, right? The S, what do they say? My hourly rate is, right? I charge this for my services and products, right? That's the self-employed. That's kind of going to the business side, but the self-employed will say my hourly rate is, especially if they say they don't have a job, but they own a job, right? So they're the ones that'll be like your accountants, your CPAs, right? Your EAs, right? So they'll provide a service. So they'll be a consultant of some kind, right? Like a lawyer, for example. They'll say my hourly rate is this to give you legal counsel, right? Or advice in this or advice in that. So they'll counsel for themselves, right? That's going to benefit them or benefit their colleagues in a similar profession, right? That was as true as it was then as it is now, right? That's why I spent all this time to learn this trade, this craft, this expertise, and I get a reward for it, especially with Esau set up, because we know with those types of advanced degrees, right, in those specialized fields, those things cost money too. So unless you got parents, uncles, aunties, right, that got money, right, that are already set up, you're in debt. So it's like, I got to make that money back, right? Especially if you're, from the other side of the tracks, and you got yourself one of these advanced degrees and you're in debt, you got to make that money back with the skills you gain. So another incentive to what? Counsel for yourself. To link with verse 7, though, go back to Ecclesiasticus chapter 6. Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 and verse 6, it reads, which is going to seem or come off a little contradictory, but it's not. It's just, I think the key is just to what? Know which to apply depending on the context. When I read the verses, you'll see what I mean. Ecclesiastes 37:7 links with Ecclesiasticus 6:6, which says, Ecclesiasticus chapter 6, verse 6, be in peace with many, nevertheless have but one counselor of 1,000. Right? So we see it in other scriptures, right, about living peaceably with all men, right? As much as lieth in you. We see that's echoed here in this verse. Then it says, have one counselor of 1,000, right? In other words, you might have people that you may trust with certain information, and you may get a number of different perspectives, But in the end, you kind of want to focus it down, right? To, a small group, and finally yourself to say, okay, I kind of got information on, different sides of the argument. Now I'm going to narrow it down and go, okay, now I'm going to use this criteria to make my final decision, right? So that I don't get into what they call, like analysis paralysis, right? Where it's just like, oh, this person, this option, that option, this product, that service. Oh, which one do I go with? Too many options. I don't know what to do. You want to narrow it down eventually. That's right. That's what this is talking about when it says one counsel of 1,000. But before you get there, you might want to do what we're about to read now. Proverbs chapter 11. It's actually 3 verses in Proverbs that kind of all go together. Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 14. Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 14, which reads, where no counsel is, the people fall, but in the multitude of counselors, there is safety. Right? So that's a Solomon speaking. So, you know how wise he is, but even he employed counselors for different things, right? For different aspects of his government. But even he knew I would take in their knowledge of certain specific areas, I would in turn have to make that final decision, being the king. But I would take what they had to say into account first. Proverbs 15 and verse 22 as well. Proverbs chapter 15 in verse 22, which reads, without counsel, purposes are disappointed, but in the multitude of counselors, they are established. Right? So you don't have a purpose, not have it well thought out, right? Or you have an idea, you don't want to prove it, right? Have other folks look at it and go, okay, I would tweak this here. I would change this here just based on my experience. You might want to take these 3 steps here, and you can probably put these together into one step. As part of your plan, you might want to flesh this out a little bit more, because you're going to run into these challenges later on. Believe me, I was in this same boat at one point when I was trying to do something. So that's what you want to find out from those that are in the know. And then the third one, also in Proverbs 24 and verse 6. Proverbs 24 and verse 6. It reads, for by wise counsel thou shalt make thy war, and in multitude of counselors there is safety. Right? So before you go to war, you want to have wise counsel. Before you set up an attack plan, right? A strategy, right? You got your principles already established, but now you're trying to figure out which methods you want to use to exercise those principles in the most effective manner, right? You want to take counsel on that first, right? Ask the right questions, right? We always talk about, when we talk about the Judges Code in the 5 W's, right? Which there's parables for each of those, right? Where Christ gives us parables to show us why it's important to ask questions like, who are you dealing with, right? What are you trying to do? Where are you trying to do it? When are you trying to do something or say something? Why are you trying to do something, right? How do you plan on doing something, right? This is where the deeper knowledge of the scriptures, like when you deal with greater matters, right? Where it's not just right versus wrong, but you're trying to do well versus better. Kind of like we used to take tests back in the day, right? And they say, pick the right answer, right? It was more straightforward. And the other questions that weren't so straightforward, it was like, choose the best answer. And you're just like, okay, best answer. All right. So you want to figure out which answer actually answers the question the best, right? Has the most details in it, that does the best job of answering whatever question they had, right? So that's like a more, not a small matter, but a greater matter, right? Where doing well versus doing better. So it's not exactly a wrong answer per se, but you might have 3 options, and out of those 3, you have to figure out which one's the best for what you're trying to do. So that's where these kind of things come in. But yeah, Proverbs 24 and 6. All those link up with what we just read. So 24 and 6, 15, 22, 11 and 14 of Proverbs. All link with Ecclesiasticus 6 and 6, which we link with 37 and 7 about how counselors, how they extol counsel. I mean, they praise counsel. They talk about how, how important it is. But going back to this scenario in Ecclesiasticus 37, it's going to say something that we need to beware of, right? When you're the counselor that counsels for themselves, because it says in verse 8, to go along with that, beware of a counselor and know before what need he have, for he will counsel for himself, right? So what's that counselor's angle, right? What need do they have? What are they trying to do? What kind of goals are they trying to achieve, right? Themselves. You want to find these things out, right? To the best of your ability, right? Maybe they might be indebted themselves to somebody else, right? Maybe they might be in league with a certain group organization that's kind of, tapping them going, hey, have them choose A instead of B, right? It's going to help us out. Plus, you owe me, you son of a gun, so you better make sure you get that money. So,
similar to like a pump and dump.
yeah. We're talking financial counselors, right? Exactly. Or financial advisors, right?
They tell you to pump everybody to go buy a certain stocks or certain crypto.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they bought it way cheap.
Yep.
And they pump it up and then they dump it. So.
Yeah, it's true. And leave you holding the bag, right? And then we had those conversations before, right? About, you told me your personal experience, but, you weren't alone as far as folks that had real estate around 2008, right up to the time when that happened, and how it's like, so I came across a podcast recently where this guy was talking about how he made like almost $40 million in a couple months time frame, right? Selling real estate. I think he was from somewhere in South America, right? But it was leading up to the fall of 2008 when the crash happened. And he said he had banks calling him like crazy because he had made, damn near $40 million worth of sales, right? But after the months after the crash happened, nobody was paying their mortgages. So the banks were on the phone with him saying, hey, what's going on? You sold these houses, but these guys aren't paying, they're not paying their monthly rent. He's trying to talk them down like, listen, everything's going to be all right. They're going to pay, right? But we know what happened then. People couldn't pay. So it's like, I own the property, but I'm not making money off it. So I'm screwed.
Same thing about that now.
Oh, yeah.
With the pandemic,
Yeah.
everybody did further along for the last 16, 18 months. Now, the government said, hey, you're on your own now. We letting the flood open. So all the foreclosures are coming out now. So you're going to see the next couple of months, next 6 months or so. All these people that had the means but decided, I ain't going to pay.
Right.
Now, all that 16-month payments, they're sitting there waiting for you.
Right. They're adjusting their financials, their balance sheet. They said, oh, my income, government, trust it. Right? Like you said, once the government just turns up the tap, oh, I got to figure out. So Peter said, no more. I got to find Paul. Peter being the government in this case. Yeah, man. We were just talking about a couple of Sabbaths ago. Maybe we could pull it up too after we finish the service. But this, they're not the only group, but they're kind of one that's making noise. A group called BlackRock. They said they're supposedly like going out here and buying up a lot of this real estate property, right? Yeah. So, and they're buying up it super high, right? That most regular folks can't get it for because they got so much money they can make it back anyway once they decide to rent it out. So, yeah, you got big boys, big fish eating little ones, and they're going to try to take up all the things that were pretty much made the middle class. They're going to try to obliterate that by just have everybody make a nation of renters, as far as many as they can. Make you rent, make you not own. Make that thing chic, stylish. Oh, don't own, just rent. Don't buy a car, just lease it. Don't lease a car. Get the get the Uber Lyft. Oh, don't do Uber Lyft. Get a robot. Get the what do you call it? The AI car to take you there.
Autonomous driver.
Mm-hmm. Get the artificial car to AI car to the autonomous driver. Get them to take you back and forth now. This is the future. So yeah, you see them line. You see what direction they're going.
You can always tell which direction society is going based on a lot of the movies that you see.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 5 years or so, all the movies that came out, all these things going on right now, even the crypto pandemic, like I said, everybody in terms of just renting, it's been in a lot of movies.
Mm-hmm.
So they're telling you what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
But people just take it as entertainment.
Right. Mm-mm. No, it isn't. It's actually well, some people have names for it. They call it predictive programming. That's a fancy word, right? They show it to you, see how you respond to it, and they go, okay. And they give it to you, and you're like, oh, this is familiar. I've seen this before. So so you're less resistant. These guys are all about what do you call it? Influence. They spent all types of resources to master influence on an individual, group, and on a mass level. Right? It's all about trying to control the minds of the masses. But Ecclesiasticus 37, let me read verse 8 again. It says, beware of a counselor and know before what need he have, for he will counsel for himself, lest he cast the lot upon thee. In other words, take a chance on you. Casting a lot is like, like they said, there's different ways to do it. You throw like a cube, like a chance cube, or what they call a die, right? Like you might do like in a casino or something, you throw the die and see what you land on, right? So they'll take a chance on you, right? It says in verse 9, and say unto thee, thy way is good. And afterward, he stand on the other side to see what shall befall thee, right? So you look on the other side like they want to see how everything worked out without not having the confidence of, yeah, I know this is a good way. And that the person I'm counseling, I'm going to help them out. No, it's like a gamble on their part because, they'd rather have you take on that risk. And it goes perfectly what you were talking about, too, as far as, you having that background with investing in stocks and stuff, right? You have a lot of investors and advisors, so-called, that'll do that, right? And they'll learn from your mistakes. And it's just like, oh, that's a nice way to, gamble, not cover any risk, right? Or not take on any risk yourself. So yeah, this is timeless. Then it says in verse 10, consult not with one that suspecteth thee, and hide thy counsel from such as envy thee, right? So once again, know who you're dealing with, right? Know what your relationship is to them, right? In your mind, you may say, oh, I'm cool with this person, right? But they may not be cool with you for one reason or another, because of something you may have said or did, or because of who you are, maybe some level of success you may have had, right? Or not had, because sometimes in your mind, it's just like, I'm up and coming. Whereas with them, it's like, however they see you like, oh, you've made it, or I want what you got. Even if it's a little bit, I still want it. So they suspect you and they envy you, right? We know the 10 Commandments say that I should not covet, right? But everyone doesn't follow that. So you got to make sure when you deal with somebody that they don't covet you too, because that's going to affect how they talk to you. That's going to affect what they may advise you to do. Verse 11 is funny too, because it goes through a whole list of, these are the folks to not talk to about things, right? And as you go through, you'll kind of get the idea. It says, verse 11, neither consult with a woman touching her of whom she is jealous, right? So you're going to ask a woman about another woman that she's jealous of. She's not going to have an objective thing to say about her. It's going to be subjective, right? It's going to be, she's no good. She's not this. She thinks she's all that because she's jealous of her, right? As opposed to being objective, to say, yeah, she actually has these qualities. She has this going on. Yeah, deal with her for this. Deal with her for that. Then it says, neither with a coward in matters of war. Straightforward, right? So for someone who's deals in warfare, right? They're going to deal with what? Faith, courage. They're going to what? Yeah, they're going to cut down their risks, right? But they're still going to what? Take action. The coward's going to try to flee at any moment, any moment's notice, right? Any little thing, he's going to try to get out of Dodge. So he's not the person to talk to about that. So matters of war, it's like courage combined with strategy, right? Then it says, nor with a merchant concerning exchange, nor with a buyer of selling, right? So it's flipped. You want to talk to the merchant about selling, because what merchants do, they sell. You want to talk to the buyer about exchange because the buyer knows that side of it, right? So talk to the buyers about the best way to buy. Talk to the sellers about the best way to sell, right? Then it says, nor with an envious man of thankfulness, because for an envious man, it's never enough. He'll never appreciate what he has. So when it comes to being thankful, appreciative, content, like we read earlier, right, what Paul was saying to be content, it says, don't talk to an envious man about that, because he's not going to have anything prosperous or profitable to tell you, because that's not his lane, because he's always wanting what the next man or woman has. Nor with the unmerciful man touching kindness, right? So you want to go to the merciless about mercy, right? Because they're going to want to get revenge every chance they get. Oh, make them pay. You want to talk to that person about kindness? Wrong person. You got the wrong person. Nor with the slothful for any work. So as far as, getting work done and being productive and all that, you're not going to talk to the slothful, because the slothful person, they're going to be what? The ones to not make the most of time, right? To say, oh, I can get this many things done in this amount of time. Let me say it's going to take me longer so that I can kick back and kick my feet up, as opposed to maximizing the time. So that's what a person who's not slothful would do. Then it says, nor with a hireling for a year of finishing work. So you're not going to talk to a full-time employee or someone who's a permanent employee about things that a hireling would do, or what they call like a contractor. So a contractor is going to be working what? Short-term assignments to handle certain tasks or certain business, right? On a short-term basis, not on a long-term basis. So you're not going to talk to a contractor about something that a full-time person would do, or they would deal with. Nor with idle servant of much business. Because what's an idle servant who's twiddling their thumbs? How can they tell you about anything that's going to deal with much business? They wouldn't know about that. Next chapter is going to talk about that too, a little bit when we read on. Finally, it says in the last precept, hearken not unto these in any matter of counsel. Right? So giving you all these different examples, right, of folks to not talk to about certain things. So this is pretty much piggybacking on the verses above it, which is, you're getting counsel on something, know who you're talking to, right? Know their expertise and know what their angle is. Know what their incentive is, right? That's going to help you out a whole lot. We can say, all right, thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for your advice. I'm going to get a second or third opinion, and then see if it's consistent. Because then you'll see the outliers will probably be those folks where it's like, I can't trust them. I can't trust this particular person for what they're telling me, because I know they have a need. But now it says in verse 12, what we were talking about earlier, it says, but be continually with a godly man, whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Lord, whose mind is according to thy mind, and will sorrow with thee, and thou shalt miscarry. It's like we were saying before. We got family, friends, associates, right? Then you got people in the truth. So we know when it comes to family, friends, associates, right? We can depend on them for certain things, right? We help them out with certain things. But we know that what? We're going to have issues because we don't have the same principles, right, as our family, friends, associates that are in the world, which means there's going to come situations where they're going to say something and do something. It's not going to gel with you, and vice versa. You're going to say do something that doesn't gel with them. Now, the question is going to be, well, I thought you were my friend. I thought you had my back. It's like, I do have your back, but when it comes to that, can't go there. What you're doing right there, can't do it. What you're saying right now, I can't get with that. That doesn't go with my principles. Like we're talking about earlier. He loveth father and mother more than me is not worthy of me. Right? So that's why it says this. For your inner circle should be with those that are dealing with the commandments when it comes to getting counsel, get advice, getting encouragement, because they're going to be the ones who really understand that fight. Whereas people in the world, Yeah, they might suffer too, but they're suffering just as far as the world, because Paul talked about this, right? The godly sorrow versus the sorrow of the world, right? They're both sorrow, but the why behind the sorrow is different, right? Our suffering is not for the same purpose as people in the world that suffer, because their goal is different than our goals, right? So at a bare minimum, you might be able to connect on, okay, we're feeling the same thing, but the root cause of why we're feeling this same emotion is not the same. So for someone in the truth, they can relate and go, oh, brother, sister, I've been down that road too. I've suffered that as well, right? Here's what I did to overcome. And then you can get increased and get encouraged, you and another brother or sister, because both of y'all lean on the scriptures and others in certain scriptures to get that motivation to help you through. That's why it says, whose mind is according to thy mind. So you guys have the same principles, same thought process. And will sorrow with thee if thou shalt miscarry. Then it says in verse 13, and let the counsel of thine own heart stand, that there is no man more faithful unto thee than it. Once again, this seems a bit contradictory, because you might read other scriptures that say something like this. Before we get there, 37-16, link this with Ecclesiasticus 27:5. Ecclesiasticus 27:5. This is a Samak's favorite, right? Ecclesiastes 27:5. This says, the furnace proveth the potter's vessels, so the trial of man is in his reasoning. See that? It's the same way the furnace proveth the potter's vessel, as far as how he made the pot. When he made the pot, the furnace will prove it, see if he made it right, because otherwise, if it gets too hot and you didn't make it right, the pot's going to fall apart. Same thing with the trial of man in his reasoning, right? Because, yeah, when things are going well, a person may reason a certain way. When they're going through some kind of hardcore temptation, you see how they respond to that temptation. That's going to be where their trial really comes, right? You're going to see, oh, okay, this is how the person dealt or chose when they were under pressure, right? And then this is not so much talking about just on a base level, right? Thinking on your own as far as, yeah, I let my own counsel me and I trust my own heart. It's not talking about that. It's talking about you making decisions from a righteous standpoint. You making decisions from the standpoint of already having the commandments and weighing them in the balance and using that to make your decisions. That's what this in Ecclesiasticus 37 is talking about. But you have other verses that talk about just at the base level, you making decisions on small matters, right? That's the easy stuff. Like you go in the supermarket. Okay, that's clean, that's unclean. I can buy this meat, I can't buy that meat. That's a small matter, right? Versus a heavier matter would be like, what to invest in, whether it be a stock or something, or trying to buy a house, right? So that's going to be a more weightier matter, right? As far as, okay, if I go this way, I'll do well. But if I go this way, I'll do even better, right? You might ask certain questions. Where is this stock, where's this stock, where is this property located? They say location. How much is it going for? What's the condition of the property, right? Is it how many bedrooms, how many baths? Is it older property or newer property, right? It's neat work. Who's selling me the property? Are they reputable? Are they a reputable person, right? What's their background? Can I look them up online and see, other deals they may have done? If it's a person or if it's a company, right? These are all things you're going to weigh in the balance when it comes to buying a property or investing in a stock. You might ask similar questions about, a company, starting out. Where are they headquartered? How much of their stock's going for? What's their mission statement? Because based on that, you're going to say, oh, okay, these guys are in the industry that's coming up. Or these guys really are about the environment, or they're about treating their employees right? Like you hear the stories about those, rare types of companies, right? That people, always say love to work for. Like when it comes to all the airlines, right? Southwest is the one that's known for like, wow, look at their work environment, right? People really love working for South. I'm not sure that's the case now, but remember they used to always talk about Southwest being like the airline that just went about things totally different. Really set up their company to be employee focused, which you don't hear about a lot. Most companies like customer. But whoever was the head of the Southwest realized if I focus on my employees, I'll get the customers. So I'm doing right by the people that work for them. Seems like rocket science, right? Seems, oh my God, this guy's a genius. Just like, not really. Just treat people right, man. For doing a hard work to make your company flourish. People talk about, it's like that thing seems so strange, right? Monday morning, right? Oh, Monday, got a case of the Mondays. But imagine for a company where where the leader treats their people right? Hooks them up when they do a good job. People working for that person Monday morning, right? Right? They all ready to go to work, right? Yeah, that thing just seems like crazy. That's why people talk about, capitalism is bad. No, it's what you do when you increase capital. What you do with your capital once you get it. What you do with the people the human resource that you had to help you get there with your vision. How do you give back? How do you reinvest, right? For the next wave of increases. That's what determines, okay, whether this is going to work out or not, right? Or work out for the long term. So it's not the capitalism. It's not the communism. It's not the system per se. It's what you do when you actually have excess, right? That's the question, right? That's the difference. That's the thing we have to look at. But, Esau will play this game. He'll say, capitalism is bad, so we have to, get rid of the private sector. We were talking about earlier. Get rid of, owning things. No more private property. Because capitalism all does is breed greed, and it's just like, well, not necessarily. It depends on the person's morals, right? Because some people will do right by the excess that they gain, right? They'll reinvest it. They'll build the company, right? They'll set up different incentive programs for their employees to increase productivity, but also reward them for good work and good labor. So these are things the scriptures talk about, right? That we're supposed to do. But like I said, because they'll misuse a system like capitalism and subvert free market enterprise, they'll make people say that free market enterprise is bad across the board. It's just not true, right? It's just, you're using these horrible examples of people who exploited that power to say capitalism is bad. Tell the whole story, right? Show how capitalism with righteousness can actually be used for a good thing. It can be used to actually help people, not hurt people. But you won't see them shine too much of a light on those stories. But anyway, this whole thing is going down anyway in the end. So, so it's probably a little too late to even talk about this kind of stuff. But so we got 27-5, right? So then here we go. Job 34. That's what I wanted to get. Job chapter 34 in verse 21. This is showing that the Most High, He's the one, whether it be good or bad decisions, whether we decide based on the Most High or something that's of the world. Ultimately, the Most High is the one that guides our steps. And we want Him to guide our steps for our righteous choices, not for wicked. So we're all just pieces on a chessboard. We decided we're going to be what? Moving according to righteousness or wickedness, like our people in the world and the other nations. So Job 34:21, it says, "For his eyes are upon the ways of man. He seeth all his goings." Also, we can link Psalms 37. Psalms 37 in verse 23, it says, "The steps of a good man are ordered by Yahweh, and he delighteth in his way." So once again, the Most High is the one that's in charge. It says in 24, "Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for Yahweh upholdeth him with his hand." Right? So, like they say in the world, don't be afraid to fail, right? But now from a righteous standpoint, we should definitely believe that. But the thing is what? We still got to use our noggin, right? We still got to ask the right questions, make a diligent search, like we were talking about before, asking the 5 W's and the H's when necessary, right? to get as much information as possible about all our options, right? Then make our choice. And then, as we're going to read in Ecclesiastes 37, pray the Most High bless the choice that we made based on the information that we were able to find out. There's always going to be, things we don't know, right? But if the Most High see we made an effort to try to make the best choice with by asking the right questions and getting as much info as possible, He'll be He'll be with us in the decision. And if it doesn't work out, we already have the other options lined up to try out next, right? But don't just say, oh, Most High, you do it. You decide for me and just shoot in the dark. That's not what he's saying. Because that could be a temptation. Especially when you're newly coming into truth. You're like, oh, the Most High decides anyway, right? So let me just make a choice. Since he's guiding my steps anyway, let me just shoot in the dark. No, Most High's not saying that. He's still saying to, look around, observe, use your senses, right? To, gather as much information as possible about each option. And then from there, pray that he make the thing work out, whatever choice or direction you're going. So it's a collaborative effort. You do your part on your end and ask the Most High that he make it work from his end. And have the right intent behind why you're trying to make a choice or make a decision, especially when it comes to greater matters. So that's Psalms 37, 23 and 24. Also, Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 24. Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 24, which reads, man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man that understand his own way? Right? So we may understand parts of our own way, but not like how the Most High understands, right? But when we use the scriptures to help make our choices, then we know, and then we can trust, then we can rest easy. Even if things don't work out, we can rest easy that we made the best choice with what we had before us, what we had at our disposal. And we can trust that, okay, the Most High is going to be with it, win or lose. Because even if it doesn't work out, I already know he's got something else lined up for me that's going to work. And it's just supposed to be a learning experience. It may just be a loss or a fail just to teach me humility or to teach me diligence, right? To always go through the proper exercise anytime I'm evaluating a decision. When I'm looking at my different options and trying to weigh them out and compare one option with the other. Based on what I find out when I ask those necessary questions. Proverbs 24 and 16. You can add to the list too. Proverbs 24 and verse 16, which reads, for a just man falleth 7 times and riseth up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief. Right? So, yeah, we may fall now and then, but for the righteous, even though we fall, we'll rise back up. The Most High will be there to help us back up. So, everybody fails, right? But if you're going to fail, at least fail with the Most High on your side, right? Because then at least you have a chance to get back up. Whereas in the world, it's just a crapshoot, right? You win some and you might lose some. Shit, you might lose it all. At least with the Most High, you're not going to lose it all, But, people don't want to give the Most High a chance. They say, oh, the heck with that. The heck with that Bible and that God, that God and the stuff he wants you to do. I'll pass. We just shake our head and go, all right. Hope that works out for you. So let's read on in Ecclesiasticus 37. We read oops. Those links I gave you, I think, did I get ahead of myself? I think I did. Yes, those links I gave you are actually linked with 37 and 16, which is coming up. But for verse 13, right, about the counsel of thine own heart standing, I knew something wasn't right. I got ahead of myself. So for 37 and 13, link that with Ecclesiasticus 32 and 19. Which Ecclesiasticus 32 and 19, it reads, do nothing without advice, and when thou hast once done, repent not. So ask the questions, cover those W's, right? Who you doing to deal with? What are you getting? Where are you getting it? When are you getting it? Why are you getting it? How are you getting it, right? How many are you getting? How much are you getting, right? If you're doing like purchasing, right? As far as, like when you do, say, the supermarket, unit price, you might look at unit price if you're buying something that you usually buy. You might want to go with the smaller unit price, right? So ask those necessary questions, and then once you make the choice, don't repent about it. Don't, turn over in your bed, when you go to sleep that night over it. You did your due diligence, you made your choice, and be okay with it. And then Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 5. Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 5, it reads, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lead not unto thine own understanding. It says in verse 6, in all that ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. So this is talking about not so much with like deeper matters, which are based in the commandments, those kind of decisions, but it's talking about at a more base level, right? Let's talk about small matters, right? Things that are, someone that's just like dealing with the milk can answer. Like I mentioned, going into the supermarket and saying, okay, do I get the sway? What's it called? The swai fish? Or I get the salmon, right? I get salmon. I get the wild caught salmon. I get the farm raised, right? Those are like small matters. It's like, okay, I know I'm better. I know when it comes to the salmon, that's a lawful fish. I know the sway, or whatever you call it, is a scavenging. Don't mess with that. Okay, now I'm trying to figure out which salmon. I'm trying to get the one that's most organic, most natural, right? Farm raised isn't as good compared to the wild caught salmon, right? Let me go with the wild caught salmon.
But he's so slick now. He raises salmon in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
In a farm.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's still in the ocean. Right? And they raise it. They call it wine.
Talk to me after class. Let me know which brands.
I don't know which brand.
They try to do the okie doke.
They sell to all of them.
Oh, snap. I want to go with the bear eat.
So,
that's what I'm looking at.
yeah. So
When I see wild caught, that's what I'm thinking. The bear at the top of the waterfall.
If you're 100%, you get wild, unless you catch it yourself.
Yeah. You know what I fear too? Now you look for the non-GMO label. I can see the FDA coming after them too and being like, what can we say is non-GMO? Let's play around with the definitions, and let's call stuff non-GMO is actually GMO. I can see them trying to get at them next, because you start to see a lot of food distributors and stuff. They're getting on that non-GMO wing, right? Which is like, the FDA, they want to appear to be fair. It says, okay, let them have their market. We dominate, but let them have their part of the market. Make sure that, they had to pay extra. People have to pay extra for their non-GMO stuff. I can even see them try to infiltrate the non-GMO too somehow. Have you thinking that you're getting something that's non-GMO when it actually isn't, when you look closer or do the research. But like I said, that's just the worst case scenario. I'm not saying that's the case now. I'm just saying, I know what the Bible tells me about our brother Esau. He lives by the sword, right? The guy's a killer. So he's gonna kill you. He's gonna kill you with everything. He's gonna kill you with the clothes you wear. He's gonna kill you with the food you eat. He's gonna kill you where you live. He's going to try to kill you with the entire environment, the water you drink. He kills you he uses the entire environment to kill you, slowly and quickly. He's a hunter.
1 Corinthians 10:25. He said, whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no question for conscience sake.
So let's break that down.
Yeah, you gotta, buy what's there. Look what you're buying and stuff and that, and just buy it and take it home and eat it. Clean stuff.
Oh, because I mean, if I'm in the world and I see that, who said anything about anything being clean?
Well, we know clean stuff.
But for the person who doesn't know, you just gonna tell them that?
No, take all clean food, of course.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
Yeah, because tight budget, low income, try to buy the best for your money as possible.
It's funny because we just went into that verse, not last Tuesday, I think the Tuesday before. Young Nate was here. I'm out to Zion. We went into this verse. We did the breakdown on it. Shambles. They said, you hear that word shambles, you think, oh, this is just in shambles. I'm like, there's more than one definition for shambles. So Proverbs 3, 5, and 6 deal with small matters, whereas 37 and 13 of Ecclesiasticus deal with more greater matters, right? When it talks about, the context is you letting the counsel of your own heart stand based on your heart being guided by the Most High's laws. That's the context. It's not just saying trust your own heart, because the Bible tells us not to trust our heart, right? When it comes to any old kind of principles. It's talking about trusting your heart when your thoughts are guided by the Most High's principles. That's why it says in verse 14, for a man's mind is sometime wont or able to tell him more than 7 watchmen that sit above in a high tower. So your mind's able to tell you a whole lot, right? When you really think things through, right? Like we were talking about, when you really, like the parables of the different parables that Christ gave us, you use those parables to guide your questioning, right? You ask the essential questions about each of your options. Your mind can tell you a whole lot to where, the counselor might just be a secondary thing, right? You just get that just to confirm the research you've already done. And once the person comes with their advice, you go, thanks for that. That's a good second witness. And here's a third witness to the legwork I already did. So it's good to know I'm not way off here. I'm not way off base here with my choice. And then 15, which seals the deal, says in verse 15, and above all this, pray to the Most High, and he will direct thy way in truth. So do you make your diligent search, right? Like the law says, make sure the thing is certain. And then as you do that, as the Most High says in the law, you pray at the Most High, guide you as you use your own mind to make that process, using the Most High's laws as a guide to make the choice. Because just you doing that is of the Most High anyway, because it's all his understanding. It's just you're using it. So this is how we pray to the Most High to help us out with the choice. Not like you get the die and go, Most High, A, B, or C. I'm not even going to think about it at all. You decide. And you get a certain number. All right, I'm going with option 3. Things don't work out. Oh, Most High, it's your fault. It didn't work out. You're the reason why my choice failed. The heck with you, Most High. I'm leaving. Don't do that. Now you're tempting the Lord. Most High gave you a brain for a reason. That's why the organ is so big. Sometimes bigger than others, depending on your dome piece. Right? But Most High gave you a brain to use, right? He gave us scriptures as a guide, like your brother will always say, right? The Bible is the manual for man, right? So it's like the instruction manual. So you don't break you don't break the man that you purchased.
Ecclesiastes 7:16.
This is linking with verse 15.
Yeah, make the right choices. You think and they make the right choices, right? Ecclesiastes 7:16. Be not righteous over much, neither make thyself over wise. Why shouldest thou destroy thyself? You know, try to make the right decision and just stick to it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't destroy yourself over it.
Mm-hmm. Come. Then in verse 16, it says, we already got the links for this. That's what the verses in Job and Psalms and Proverbs I gave before about man's goings. Link them with verse 16, which says, let reason go before every enterprise and counsel before every action. So the same idea, even write it out in the chart, and have like your option A, B, and C. And then, like I said, it could be for, trying to decide a job. You're trying to decide between 2 or 3 jobs that you got a call back for, or 2 or 3 property you're trying to close on, or 2 or 3 insurance plans, right? You're trying to decide on whether it be health or life insurance or what have you, right? Or 2 or 3 cars or automobiles you're trying to decide on, right? And you have those questions you ask for each of those things. Okay, where am I getting this one? How much does this one cost, right? What are the features of this particular choice? Who am I getting it from, and are they reputable, right? Those are usually the 4 key ones, right, that I usually ask. And then secondary, I might say, when am I looking to get something? And then why am I getting something, right? Those are more, those get a little more deeper, but primarily you want to ask those initial questions. So now you probably know that from doing real estate. You want to know, where is it located, right? How much is it going for? What are the features of the property? Whether it's a good shape or bad shape? How many bedroom, bath? Who am I getting it from, right? And are they reputable? I mean, you always tell me stories about, you look them up online and see who owns the property, and you call them up, send them email, and it's just like, can't find this person, right? So you want to get the story behind them. And then you might ask, when and why are they selling a property, right? You want to figure that out too, so that okay, I put this on my hot list, or maybe I put it on my secondary, my somewhat lukewarm list, because, they might have a young person that's in college and they probably don't want to sell until the little one finishes college or something, right? Exactly. So that's where when comes in, and then why comes in. You get the reason, and then when tells you, okay, let me put them on my calendar to call in the fall or in the winter or in the spring, next year's spring, because at that point, they might be a temporary worker. Okay, my contract's going to be up in next spring, and I'll be looking for a contract or a new job somewhere else. So once I make that plan to move somewhere else, I'll be interested in selling. So you figure out, okay, what's that time frame? Call them at that time to see, hey, you still looking to switch jobs? Are you still looking to move for work? Since your young one finished college, you're looking to make that transition, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm glad you reached back out, because when we talked a couple of months ago, it wasn't the right time. Now is the right time. So all these things play into your decision. Ask those questions. So set this all for now, counsel. Let's continue on in verse 17 now. It says, the countenance is a sign of changing of the heart. So countenance is your appearance, right? Usually we're focused on your face. So this is like going into, we're talking about body language, right? When you read someone's body language, usually the face is one of the key places you look at. Three places in particular, the face, but more so the eyes in particular. You see the hands and then the feet, right? You look at the whole body, of course, how they dress and stuff, but 3 key areas you want to focus on. You're talking to somebody trying to read what they're saying with their body is their eyes. They're making eye contact with you, or if their eyes are kind of looking around, right? Or then someone might be looking down. All these things tell you something. Now, just those things by themselves, no, you got to get the whole story, just like a case. You can't just go off one piece of evidence. You got to take all the evidence and say, okay, with all this evidence, I think the person is innocent or guilty. Same thing with body language. You can't just go off of one thing, right? Just because somebody's, doing this, oh, they're lying, they're being deceptive. Maybe they're just nervous, See, you want to make sure you don't just look at one thing and automatically assume. Because they're doing this with their hands, because they're doing this with their feet, they're tapping their foot, that they're doing something that's underhanded. Maybe they're just nervous. So you want to figure those things out. Weigh everything in the balance. So to go with 37 and 17, this is also in Proverbs. But we read Proverbs chapter 6. Proverbs chapter 6. And oh, here we go. 12 down to 15, right above we read earlier about 7 things the Most High hates. Proverbs chapter 6, 12 to 15 talks about reading somebody what they say with their body language, right? Just give me a sec here. I didn't have this in my notes initially, but let's read it now since we're talking about it. Make sure you guys write this down too. So with 37 and 17, we want Proverbs chapter 6. In verse 12 down to 15. Which 6 and 12 it reads, a naughty person, a wicked man walketh with a froward or unruly mouth. Then it says in verse 13, he winketh with his eyes, he speaketh with his feet, he teacheth with his fingers. So remember, Solomon's writing this because remember he's dealing with all types of cases, right? He's a king, but the main role of a king is to function as a judge, right? So he had, other princes that deal with smaller matters, but then greater matters were brought to him, right? You need to hear out both sides, right, and decide the matter using the Most High's principles as his guide, and look at the people in front of him and understanding through wisdom how to justly deal with the situation. So he's dealing with all types of people all the time, right? Cases being brought to him. And he's hearing people's stories, right? But then he's hearing their story, but then he's also reading what's going on with their hands, what's going on with their eyes, what's going on with their feet, as they're telling the story, and then weighing things in the balance and going, all right, something's not adding up. Like, we do today. You hear different things on social media, right? Or things even in the neighborhood amongst friends. And it's just like somebody explains something to you, like, something's not adding up with that story. Let me get the other person's perspective. Right. And you get the other person's perspective, and it's like, okay, I need a little bit more. Let me get somebody else that was there. Get a third person. And based on what everybody says and based on how you know those people to be, you're like, more than likely, this is what happened. Boom, 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 right? Try to figure it out like a puzzle. But Solomon was dealing with this on a regular, so it only makes sense he would say these things. So Proverbs 6 and 13, he winketh with his eyes, he speaketh with his feet, he teacheth with his fingers. Verse 14, frowardness is in his heart, he deviseth mischief, continually he soweth discord. Remember the Most High said he hates that, right? When brethren are split up. Then it says in verse 15, therefore shall his calamity come suddenly, suddenly shall he be broken without remedy. Right? So you don't want to be that naughty person, right? If anything, you want to be honest If you have a matter that needs to be resolved, you want to come to the judge honest. You don't want to be underhanded, right? You don't want to come with, being shisty or shady, and you got like, fraudulent documents. Like, yeah, see, judge, here's a receipt, and you look at the paperwork and you're just like, it looks photocopied, you covered up the date. You covered the date up and changed the date. Get this mess out of here. This is not, what do you call it? This is not admissible in the court of law. Get out of here. Since you came here funny style, I'm going with the defendant. They're gonna win the judgment. So yeah, be honest. So let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 37. Let's read 18 now. But yeah, so a countenance of a person's face tells you a lot, right? It'll tell you when somebody's face shifts. And they even got software, right, that can do this, right? Where they say there's 6 like basic emotions. It's like contempt, surprise, fear. I forget the other 3, but you can look them up. But then they'll pretty much show you can just Google it, Google images. You'll see the 6 basic emotions and then the key things you look for, right? Like the curled lip, or like like they say when someone's really surprised, you can tell with their eyes, versus like fake surprise, where the eyes are still and supposed to, oh my God, but the eyes are regular, versus like real surprise, like the eyebrows go up. So they go into like the 6 basic like emotions in each face, things you look for in the face that show you, okay, this is true surprise. This is true contempt. This is true fear, right? Because it's involuntary reaction, right? It's kind of like in the whole like courtship, dating. There's all these pickup artists and dating coaches, out there, and they say, how do you know if she likes you or not, or how do you know he likes you or not? And they talk about, involuntary things that men do, women do when they're attracted to, to somebody. They'll preen their clothes, or girls, do something with their hair, right? And it's not even something that they think about. It's just something that they'll do, right? Or something that the guy will do. Like he'll change his posture. He'll stand a certain way, right? If he's trying to, impress somebody. So it's like those involuntary things, those markers. When you know what you're looking at, you can see it and go, oh, boom, okay. I see what's happening here. So this is all part of wisdom. So once again, it's verse 17, the countenance is a sign of changing of the heart. So the face, as it changes, means you're dealing with a different emotion, a different thought. Verse 18, 4 manner of things appear, good, evil, life, and death, but the tongue ruleth over them continually. Right? So we got life and death, good and evil, right? On opposite sides. But it says the tongue ruleth over them continually, right? Because the 7th sense, speech, as it tells us in Ecclesiasticus 17, is a powerful thing, right? Because, speech is your ideas, right? Manifested into something that you can hear, right? Like have thoughts in my mind and I'm speaking them out, right? And these things, right? If you understand what I'm telling you now, that now what is processed in your mind, right? You can see what I'm telling you, right? I can paint a picture in your mind with my words based on what I'm telling you. I'm telling you a story, or I'm explaining something, right? Or giving a layout of something. That creates images in your mind based on the words that I'm saying, and you understand in the language that I'm using. So, it's a deep process that happens when you speak and when someone understands what's being spoken. I mean, go back to Genesis, the 1st chapter, right? That's power right there. The Most High is what? He's speaking. He's giving the order. And then what? The Elohim are going about to what? Fulfill his commandment. Day 1, I want to let there be this. The Elohim went out and did it. Day 2, let there be this. The Elohim went out and did it, right? We can take a lot from Genesis 1 for what we do on this level, right? We do the same thing. We have an idea or a concept. We speak it. We write it down, right? Into a list or a set of instructions, a plan, right? A design, an architecture, right? And then we go about and take that idea and then create it in the real world, right? So we get that from the Most High, right? We make as we were made. It's just on a lower level, but it's structured. It comes from that. It comes from that place, and it serves a similar purpose. But the tongue ruled over them as far as the spoken word. So the link with verse 18, James chapter 3 and verse 2. Write that down as a link for verse 18. James chapter 3 verse 2, which reads, "For many things we offend all. If any man offend not in word, the same is a perfect man, and able also to bridle the whole body." Right? So you got control over what you say, right? You think before you speak, right? He's saying that what? You're like a perfect man. You can bridle the whole body. Same way you would put a bit in a horse's mouth to guide it one way or the other, right? If you can use your mind to guide your words, right, and do it in a perfect fashion, you're perfect. But we're not perfect, which is why what? As much as we try, we still might say the wrong thing, right? Or not say things in the best way or in the best manner, right? We have to might go back into our mind and say, all right, how do I convey my thoughts or feelings in a more clear fashion? So what I'm trying to convey is more easily understood. And this is an art for us to master, as the scriptures advise us to, which is what? To say more using less words, right? How do we say the most using the least amount of words, right? This becomes like the excellency of speech, right? Where I can speak clearly, briefly, yet completely, right? Use few words as possible to convey the deepest understanding, deepest meaning, to convey the ideas that I want my audience to receive. This is the mastery of speech. And even folks that do this, for their job, for their profession, they get into elder years, they'll even tell you, wow, I'm still learning how to do this better, right? Even if they speak different languages, they say, I'm still not fully mastered at speech. I've learned a lot. I've learned the keys. I've excelled at saying the most with the least, but I'm not fully there yet. I've had a full lifetime. So with the Holy Spirit as our guide, with the scriptures as our foundation, we have a hand in doing this. And this is something that we train with all the time when we're doing now. I'm teaching the class. You might bring something out. You might bring something out. You might bring something out. Classroom setting, out at camp, one-on-ones, right? Right? Because we always say, that's when the real fight begins, right? Because right now we're here in a controlled environment, right? We can talk about this, exchange ideas about the scriptures. But, you're put to the test when class is over, right? Hang up the teleconference, when we turn off the live stream, right? And you're out there and it's just you, and you're dealing with family, friends, associates, you run around and people are bringing stuff to you, questions, and that's where what you learned here in the school, you got to put it to the test, right? And then when you come back to the next class, you're like, oh, we just talked about this last service. And right as I wrote it down, I forgot it. I ran to somebody and they had the question. I was trying to answer it, but I just couldn't remember. So that's where it's like the Most High said, okay, are you really paying attention to what's being brought out in the class, in the service? Are you putting it to use? Because the Most High will test you what you learn here, right? He's trying to build us up. So he's not just going to do that by having you just listen, but then not apply, not practice what you learned, right? So he will give you opportunity. And I'm sure a number of you could probably experience that already, right? Where we talk about something in the class, and the spirit will just have it where, that that evening or that next day, somebody comes to you with that same question. You're like, wow, we just went over this, and it's fresh in your mind. So you're like, okay, now I can work with the person and actually give them an answer. We just talked about this. You're saying to yourself, how did they know to go over this, last Tuesday? And now I ran to somebody Wednesday, and the same question came up. Because it's not us per se, it's the Spirit. It's working through all of us to perfect us as we learn. And as we learn, we teach what we know. It's a constant process of learning, teaching what we know, learning more, teaching that more that we know to those that don't know. And then it just builds and builds and builds from there. For folks that listen and believe, to folks that listen and don't believe, to folks that don't want to listen at all. It's all part of building us all up and getting that warning out. So yeah, that's the power of the tongue. But yeah, James 3:2 links with 37 and 18 of Ecclesiasticus. Let's go back. Let's read on. Ecclesiasticus 37 and 19 though says, there is one that is wise and teacheth many, and yet is unprofitable to himself. Right? So now you have that scenario where you have someone that knows, is able to expound to others, but yet they themselves aren't able to benefit from their own wisdom, right? Maybe due to oath they may have taken, right, or a vow of poverty, if you will, right? Or they just might be in a certain circumstance where the Most High might just have them there, right, just for His reason. Kind of like we talked about before with the man who was blind, right? And they said, "Who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" And Christ was like, "Good question, but in this case, it's neither. It's just so that at this time in this place, I can do this miracle so that those that are present can believe." So sometimes it just is that way. The most men they have it where that man or woman can, break out of that lower state. But the key is they have to have that wisdom even while in a lower state. Just like what Paul talked about earlier, right? Knowing how to abound, meaning having a lot, and how to be abased, meaning having a little. That he has the wisdom regardless, even if you don't have. You may not have physically, but you always want to have spiritually. And I like this scripture because it deals with this too, about the poor wise man, right? But Solomon's going to bring out something that just is true then and now. Because you know how it is. You could have the right answers, but according to that person, if you're not, winning as far as they're concerned, even though what you're saying is sound, what do you know? You're not rich. You're not, well off. You don't have this and have that, right? So, you can't tell me anything because clearly it didn't work for you. It's just like, maybe that's not what I want. Or maybe that's not what's set out for me. But does that take away from what I'm saying? Is what I'm saying still not profitable? Is what I'm saying still won't work? Right? Even a broken clock is right 2 times a day. Right? Even a homeless person, you'd be surprised. You talk to homeless folks, you have no idea what their story is. They could tell you something that'd be like, wow, that's what the homeless person just said was pretty heavy, right? But then you look at the homeless person, you say, well, who's this woman or this man, right, to tell me this, right? But what are they saying? Is what they're saying valid? Whether they're practicing it or not, or whether they practiced it before and then stopped practicing it because of one reason or another, right? They hit a couple rough patches. Maybe it was an addiction that they fall into. Who knows? Is what they're saying still true? And are we mature enough to receive the message, regardless of who it comes from, right? And how we may perceive them from, how we look at them from the outside. But
right. The person could be homeless and not brainless.
Exactly.
Experienceless.
Exactly.
Educationless.
Yeah. But in our pride, we'll go, you can't tell me nothing. Look at you. It's just like I'll always use the example, like you might have the family, right? You got the father, right? He's like an architect, right? He's designing something. He's a professional, right? He went to school for this, right? He's raising a family, getting paid to be an architect, but then he may have his son or daughter come in, right? Look at the design, right? And they're just like, Daddy, why don't you do it this way? Make it face this way. And this is a child, right? Maybe grade school. Now, father was looking at them like, oh, that's nice, son, daughter, But then the child may say something that's like, why don't you just flip it? And you're like, huh? Your son or daughter's not an architect, but they may have an idea. They may be able to see something that you don't, right? That might be like innovative, where you're like, oh, you know what? I didn't even think about it going about it that way. Let me try it that way. It's not to say that, they can do everything that you do, but they may give you a different perspective, but they're just a child. right? You've already been trained to go about it one way, whereas a child may have a fresh mind and say, switch it around, try it this way. And it may be, you know, something that gets you a raise, right? Or get you that contract to design, you know, the city park, whatever it was you're trying to do as far as your architect profession. So, you know, you'd be surprised where wisdom will come from the most surprising places, right? You know, it could come from that homeless person or a young child, right? You know, give you an idea about something. And that can even inspire them too, to, you know, be that professional. And they'll remember that. And then when they become older and professional, they'll always be not childish, but childlike when it comes to their creativity. Always willing to sit back and not just to always fall into the norms of how they did things. Always be considered, you know what, maybe there might be a different approach to try to achieve the same goal. And they won't just shut it out when it comes from someone who's quote unquote less qualified as far as the world may deem it. But yeah, this is Ecclesiastes 9:13. Ecclesiastes chapter 9 and 13. Link this with 37 and 19 of Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 13, which reads, "This wisdom have I seen also under the sun, and it seemed great unto me. There was a little city, and a few men within it, and there came a great king against it, and besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it," right? But then it says in verse 15, "And there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city, yet no man remembered that same poor man." You see the scenario, so you see this, the story, the record that Solomon is given here, right? He was a wise man, yet he was poor. But it says through his wisdom, he was able to deliver the city from this king from the outside. But it says, but nobody remembered this, that poor man, right? He saved the day, but it was just like, but who are you? You're just some poor guy. But he knew the answer. He knew the solution to what? Get this king from being able to take over. And in verse 16 says, "Then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard." See that? So he had the right answer, but people just don't take him serious because he's just a poor man, right? Because you're so wise, you know. What's your wisdom done for you? You're poor. Sometimes you have that, right? Just like you have fools that are rich, all types of money, but they're fools. But they got money, so they can say the straight nonsense. You're gonna believe them because they got money, but they're straight fools, though. So you have this in the world. You have these extremes.
A lot.
Say it again.
You have a lot.
Right, and maybe think of, I actually took it down, looked it up, but this is just the first part of because even Paul would do this sometimes in the scriptures. He would give credit where credit was due. He would refer to certain scholars of the time in Greece and Rome and say, even one of your scholars said this, and this is true because according to the scriptures, boom, boom, boom. So maybe think of this quote from Sophocles. He says, "Alas, how terrible is wisdom when it brings no profit to the man that's wise." That comes from, I think it's a story called Oedipus Rex. I'm not sure if you guys read the Greek classics at all. But, some of the stuff in there is hits. Like Plato's Republic has some useful stuff in there. Same with the stuff that Aristotle was talking about and Socrates. Because a lot of things they talk about align with the scriptures anyway. But it was mixed with stuff that didn't align. So that's where you just got to know where to draw the line. You say, okay, this part here is cool because the Most High said. This part that they wrote, kind of keep a distance to that because the Most High didn't say that part. So yeah. So even the worldly wisdom will get it right every now and then. But it's kind of funny, these things that people will look at and they'll say, "Oh wow, Sophocles said that." But I was like, yeah, but the Bible said that. And I thought, the Bible said that. Who cares? But it's just like, we know it's really about what the Bible says, and it's like, oh, Sophocles? Who's Sophocles? But according to them, Sophocles, like Socrates, Aristotle, We did a research on those guys. They took their wisdom from us, the scriptures, and they borrowed from Hamites. They borrowed from other nations that came before them. You know, but it's like, who's the person delivering the message? That's oftentimes where it'll, one, be received, or two, it'll fall on deaf ears because of who's saying it. It's something that we have to be careful of, where we hear out matters all the time in dealing with righteousness. We got to make sure we hear out matters, even if it comes from someone younger, someone of the opposite sex, a heathen. Even the heathen can get it right. They're still going to captivity. We can get props where props are due. Yeah, he's still going to be my slave in the cotton field, but what you said right there, that was on point. Props, right? Let's get it. Get Jeremiah, chapter blah, 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 So yeah, that's a fact, man. Poor man's wisdom is despised. Words are not heard. That's what they tell us when we're out there teaching, right? We got the top knowledge on the planet. We're out there on the corners. Us, other camps, right? What do they always tell us? Why'd you go get a job? What are you out here on the corner doing? Go get a job. You guys, homeless prophets. It's like, you don't know where I work. Have you seen my balance sheet? You don't know my stock portfolio. You might come to get counsel from me on certain things, carnal things, not just spiritual things that we're out here for, even carnal things. John 7:24, get that. Judge not according to the appearance. Read it again. Judge not according to the appearance. Don't judge according to the appearance, brother, sister, stranger. You don't know what I got going on. Because that's what they'll do. They'll put us in the box. Or you guys are bums. You guys don't have jobs. So that's what they do. They'll say, oh, you guys is poor. What are you guys talking about? I don't even care what you're talking about because I already made my mind up. You ain't saying a damn thing as far as I'm concerned. But that's the mistake our people will make. Let's read on in Ecclesiasticus 37. So that was 19. There is one that is wise and teacheth many, and yet is unprofitable to himself. And it says in verse 20, there is one that show wisdom in words and is hated. He shall be destitute of all food. So then it goes to another scenario where one who shows wisdom in words, but it says is hated, right? Because it's what? Not so much what the person is saying. It may be how much they're saying. It may be too wordy what they're saying. It might be on point, but maybe too wordy. Or maybe the wrong time to say it, right? Sometimes it's not the time to be dropping gems, right? Or dropping, all types of wisdom, right? Scriptures talk about that too, as far as you're out at a function, or you're out at a bar getting some drinks, music is playing, you're talking to somebody, you start going into, so the earth was made, it's just like, okay, like now, like you want to go into a lecture right now. You want to philosophize right now of all times, I know some people are philosopher drunks, I guess, but scriptures are like time and place for all things, because if people are drinking and they're married, how much of that they're going to remember anyway, right? It'll just be like, oh yeah, we were talking about this just last night, but I didn't remember much after that, it's just, I was trying to enjoy the music, you just kept, it's great knowledge, but not now. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 20 and verse 5 to link with this. So Ecclesiastes chapter 20 and verse 5, it says, I like this. There is one that keepeth silence and is found wise. It says, and another by much babbling becometh hateful. See that? So like they say in the world, less is more. You could apply that to a lot of different things. You could apply it to a speech too, right? In this Ecclesiasticus chapter 20 and verse 5. So it's like, in this case, you saying less has a lot more impact, right? You might have another person who's using a whole bunch of words, trying to use a bunch of high-level vocabulary to try to be impressive. It just makes them look even more foolish, just like, guy's a try hard. He's doing too much. Relax, Whereas the other person is just like, to be or not to be? That's the question. Just sit back. It's like, yo, deep. That guy is deep. He only said 5 words, but that's heavy. That's heavy. Yeah. Right? You got everybody's attention. So sometimes less is more. And then chapter 20, also verse 20, it says, it's not so much going into how much you say, but also when you say something. Ecclesiastes chapter 20, verse 20, it says, a wise sentence shall be rejected when it cometh out of a fool's mouth, for he will not speak it in due season. See that? So the fool will have a wise sentence. He'll have something wise to say. We won't say it at the right time. You know, like it's kind of a basic example, but it's kind of like, you know, you go to like a funeral or something. Everybody's mourning. You know, someone just passed.
I was gonna do that example.
Right, right. You got the one person who's you know, extra happy, and they're just like, "Hey guys, you know, you can say something true," but it's just like, you know, a number of folks probably know that already. But why are you emphasizing? He's in a better place right now. Why are you crying? He's back with the Heavenly Father. It's like, yeah, that's true. But we're mourning his law because he's no longer with us in the flesh. That's okay. And as you read on in chapter 38, we're going to get into that. But that's okay to mourn for something that you lose in the flesh. It's okay. Let's have time to do that. Now, if the time for mourning is past and then the person is still, you know, carries on, then you can kind of go into that. You know what I mean? And just remind a person in case they forgot, because they're hurting so much from losing somebody, and you know that they were with, you know, physically, that was with us, you know, in the flesh before they went to the Most High. But to go into that right away, it's just not due season for that, and the scriptures tell us that. So yeah, chapter 20, verse 5, and also verse 20, and then also let me see here. I want this too. Yeah, here's another one too. Ecclesiasticus chapter 15, verses 9 and 10. Ecclesiastes 15 and 9, it says, "Praise is not seemly in the mouth of a sinner, for it was not sent him of the Lord." Right? I think in the middle of some Bibles it says, "or a parable," right? So a sinner, it's not seemly for him to even talk about that, right? Because it's like, yeah, what you're saying is true, but you live in a life of sin. Like, you need to take your own advice, right? Take your own remedy that you're coming out with your mouth. It doesn't even sound right you're talking about that. If anything, try to put that into practice yourself, that same praise. And it says in verse 10, "For praise shall be uttered in wisdom, and the Lord will prosper it." Right? So it's kind of like what we say, "Sing ye praise with understanding," or when the wicked turneth his ear away from hearing the law, even his prayer shall be abomination. Right? We read that at camp a lot. So we'll be out there teaching the truth. People say, "Oh, brother, I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna pray for you guys. You know, I'm gonna pray that you guys wake up. You know, because clearly you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna pray for y'all." Like, oh, really, brother, sister? We're gonna pray for us? Proverbs 29, you know, Proverbs 29 and 8. Get it? And we had the brother read the verse. It says, what does it say? When the he that turned his ear from hearing the law, read on. Even his prayers shall be abomination. Even your prayers shall be abomination. Don't pray for me, brother. Don't pray for me, sister. Right? That's something the Most High detests. Don't do that. Now you're hurting yourself. You could also link Proverbs chapter 15. In verse 23. Proverbs 15 and 23, which says, "A man have joy by the answer of his mouth, and a word spoken in due season, how good is it?" All right, so be right on time with those words, those wise words, right? Also in Proverbs chapter 25 and verse 11, which reads, Proverbs chapter 25, verse 11, "A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold and pictures of silver." Right? So it's like a picture of an apple that's done in gold and silver. That's like how words fitly spoken. So there's an art to speech, right? It's like sculpting. It's like it literally is an art. It's like sculpting a sculpture or building a building, right? Or painting a painting or composing music. That's how words are. Also, Proverbs 26 and 7 Proverbs 26:7, it says, the legs of the lame are not equal. So is a parable in the mouth of fools, right? So, and going on, we read in Ecclesiasticus 15:9-10. It's the same way someone that's lame might walk with a gimp, you know? You see someone that's lame, they kind of go like up and down, because like one leg is shorter. So that's the same way that parable is in the mouth of fools. Like they're gonna take a wise saying, and a fool's gonna find a way to jumble it up. Like what was remember Bush back in the 2000s? The famous thing that what was it? Who's the rapper? The young guy. He sampled it in his song. It's so funny. J. Cole. He sampled George Bush. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me second time. Can't be fooled again. Trying to explain it. It was just like not good, not very presidential.
Right.
I don't know.
I'll say fire does speak right.
But yeah, he jumbled it up. Fool me twice.
It was his delivery.
Yeah. He had the right idea, just couldn't get it out. And he finally just be like, can't be fooled again. Oh, George. Oh, buddy.
He might have had a couple of those.
Yeah, he's gonna have a lot more too. He's not done yet.
He was hugging Clinton's wife and hugging her. She like tapping him and still hugging. Smelling the little girl's hair.
Oh God. I seen that video. I seen video of him like doing pictures of the White House, with some like press.
Yeah, with all those kids right there.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's like he's handsy. He's handsy. He's all like hands on. You can see some of the parents. Some of the parents are like. The other parents are kind of like because it's like he's powerful, so they're like let him do it so that I can get what I want from politics wise. I'm like,
don't forget it's so easy, so they do that stuff in the background anyway.
Right.
Out of the camera side. So.
Right.
Like we do this stuff not in public. We do this secretly.
Right. That's why like with Epstein, he was like a serious flight risk. Too much spotlight on him. That's why they said get him out of here. Because we start talking to him, talking to people that he knows, people that those people know, our little house of cards will come. Because even those little flight lists came out, you saw the names in those flight lists: Clinton, Bill Gates, all these guys. You're like, these guys are going to Epstein Island. What's going on down there?
Lolita Express.
Yeah, Lolita Express, exactly. America's nasty, man. But Christ told us, what's done in the dark shall come to the light, right? Doesn't say it literally. He said, whatsoever is hidden shall be made manifest, So.
Yeah, teddy bears picking.
Yeah.
Teddy bear picking and what?
Oh, yeah, the Wicker Man definitely revealing too. Going into the gotta give to get, pay to play politics. But you go deeper, it's talking about sacrifice. To sacrifice what's near and dear to you. If you do that, the sky's the limit. But like when we always laugh at that guy, me and Yakazak, we always watch this guy on YouTube, Reliable Sources. It's like this robot, and he does like he has like the British robo voice. He's like looking at different celebrities that sell their soul. He's like, you shouldn't have signed the deal, butter boy. He said, he shall now be with his Lord. Goat head Lucy. They show the Baphomet. The one they dearly love. But yeah, man. Can't make that deal, man. Anyway, it's just those verses, 26:7, 25:11, 15:23, all in Proverbs. Link that with 15 of Ecclesiasticus 9 and 10, and also Ecclesiasticus 20, verse 5 and verse 20. All of those linking with Ecclesiasticus 37 and verse 20. And one more. We're talking about time and place for all things, Ecclesiastes chapter 3. Ecclesiastes chapter 3 in verse 7, it says, a time to rent and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak. See that? So, and then what we were talking about earlier, as far as the person who's, who says a wise sentence at the wrong time, a wise sentence, something rejected when it comes out of a fool's mouth. Ecclesiastes 3 in verse 4, it says a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance. Right? So no need to rush in and go, oh, he's in a better place. She's in a better place now at the funeral. Give it time. If there's need to go into that, but at a later point, right? Let time for mourning be time for mourning. So yeah, that's 3 and 4, as well as verse 7. So back to Ecclesiasticus 37. Let's read verse 21. Ecclesiasticus 37:21. For grace is not given him from the Lord, because he is deprived of all wisdom. So those wise things that person says, they're not going to be received, right? Because with grace, because the Most High deprived him of all wisdom. Because he's not saying the wisdom at the right time or in the right scenario. And it's like, for everything he's saying that's on point, it's just going to fall on deaf ears. And remember, Paul talked about that. He said, let all things be done to edifying. Don't have a gift or a talent, and it can't be used to benefit. So that goes into all of that. You don't want your words falling on deaf ears. That's why, we'll say it at camp. We'll say, listen, we're here to fill in the gaps. We're not here to preach to the wise. We're out here to talk about what you may not know. I'm not going to go into something you already do know. Brother, sister, stranger, these laws that we're talking about, you act like this. Oh, all those laws we got to keep. A lot of these laws you're keeping already. You just didn't know they were written. We're here to talk about the laws you're not keeping. Let's go into that, right? The things that they don't focus on, or things they try to make light of in today's society. Let's talk about that. So, back in Ecclesiastes 37, verse 22 now, it says, another is wise to himself, and the fruits of understanding are commendable in his mouth, right? So this point is a little more reserved, right? He's not so quick to, announce what he knows with trumpets, right? Now, sometimes, you really have to let folks know, right? Okay, this is the truth about this. Other times, you can just be subtle with it, right? You don't have to be a try-hard or a show-off, right? So this person is going to be praised for what they know. You can link this with 32 of Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiastes 32, verse 7 to 9, right? Which we read this already, but it's still a good lesson to be reminded of when it comes to, having wisdom, but at the same time, using some restraint and trying to be choicy with your words so that you can say the most with the least. Like we always laugh at these books that they come out with in the world, right? Of making many books, there's no end. It's this guy spent 300 pages to do what Solomon did in half a verse. It's like, really? So 300 pages of this book versus half a verse in Proverbs to give me everything I needed for this whole book was trying to explain. That's why it says this, Ecclesiasticus 32:7. Speak, young man, if there be need of thee, yet scarcely when thou art twice asked, right? So he says for the young man to speak if there be need. It says, yet scarcely when there are twice asked. In other words, if you speak it to the elders, right, that have wisdom, and they have to ask you again, what? What was that? Make sure you lock it back. The elders, if they ask you to reiterate what you just said, you probably need to shorten it up, right? Wrap it up. Make it simple. Clear it up. Give me the key details, right? It says in verse 8, let thy speech be short, comprehending much in few words, be as one that knoweth and yet holdeth his tongue. Right? So it's like a balancing act, right? You know, but you don't say so much to where it comes off as you're trying so hard to appear to be knowledgeable, right? Just get right to the point of the matter. That's why I always talk about using the parables of Christ and always making sure you can answer those key W's, right? Because anytime you're trying to explain something to somebody, you always want to be able to cover the W's, right? Who was involved? What took place? Where did it happen? When did it happen? Right? Cover those key things first, and the person can walk away with more clarity. Like, oh, okay, that's what happened. And let the person say, oh, give me some more detail about the where. Give me some more detail about the when. Give me some more detail about the how. Let them ask for it. But hit the key things first, right? With as few words as possible. The who, the what, the where, the when, right? The why, the how. And then if they want to know more, let them inquire, and then you can add to details. But if you go in with the hardcore details when they weren't asked for, you might fall on deaf ears. You start losing the person. Like, you start looking around like, oh, what's this? You're just like, okay. So once again, let thy speech be short, comprehending much in few words. Be as one that knoweth and yet holdeth his tongue. Verse 9, if thou be among great men, make not thyself equal with them. And when ancient men are in place, use not many words. You guys ever see talk shows or like these like nighttime talk shows? We have like famous, actors, whatever. And they'll be like older actors. They've been in like a lot of movies. And you might have like a younger person that's on the couch with them, right? On some late night talk show. The younger person, if they're wise, they'll just kind of say a little something every now and then. Or they might just ask questions, just kind of take in the more seasoned actor, whatever they're talking about. But the young person tries to like make jokes every now and then, try to like get into the flow with the older, more seasoned actors. It always comes off as like kind of funny, like we looking at these guys, right? We like the movies they've been in, but who are you? You're a new kid on the block. You're trying to act like you're on the same level. It just looks weird. Just you're better off just playing it cool, letting them take the shine, right? You'll have your time if you stay in this highly weird industry, But yeah, like you watch certain social settings like that, and you'll see the person who's more accomplished, more seasoned, and you'll see that sometimes where the younger person will be doing a little too much and just looks bad. It's just like I said, that's kind of like how that works amongst that group, in that circle. Because we know, you could be rich and famous, be a fine actor or actress. Well, they say women are actors now, but they could be fools too, right? You might have seen them portray a certain role in a movie. Go, wow, they're a really good actor, right? They really portrayed that role so well, and you hear them in like a regular conversation. It's just like, wow, you're dumb as a bag of belt buckles, right? Or what do you say, a box of doorknobs? Like that guy's a full idiot. Wow, I had no idea. Well, not a whole idiot, right? But yeah, man. That's why it's like we mentioned, we read earlier in Ecclesiasticus 27 about the trial of man is in his reasoning. But then it says, praise no man before thou hearest him speak. So you hear somebody speak first before you praise him. Even those that everybody says, oh, they're so great. They have this, they have that. They're so wealthy. They're so, influential. So back in Ecclesiasticus 37, 23, A wise man instructeth his people, and the fruits of his understanding fail not. Right? So a wise man is going to instruct his people, and his fruits of his understanding fail not. So if the tree is synonymous with wisdom, right? We want to be from the tree of life. And the tree of life is going to grow fruit. Those fruits will be the fruits of the spirit, right? Because that's what the tree of the tree of life should teach us, right? She teaches faith, patience, experience, humility, all those other fruits. So that wise man is going to be bearing those fruits. You can link this with Ecclesiasticus 10:1, which talks about a wise man structuring his government according to righteousness. So Ecclesiasticus 10:1, a wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered. So another example of instructing their people, teaching them. A wise judge. So a wise judge will instruct his people. A wise man will instruct his people. Same idea. So yeah. So you can link 37:23 with 10:1. So Ecclesiastes 37:24. Oops, gotta write it down. 37:23 and 10:1. 37:24. A wise man shall be filled with blessing, and all they that see him shall count him happy. Right? So blessing comes from wisdom, right? Especially when wisdom is allowed to blossom. Like we read before in Ecclesiastes chapter 4, it may not start out that way, right? Because wisdom is going to what? Prove you first. Like it says, she may torment you with her discipline, right? Certain things you may not have said and done before that wisdom requires, she may put you through the ringer to make sure that what? You can get her deeper riches. Not that there's sorrow that comes through wisdom you didn't know, but that you should have known. If you accept it, then you can get into a better place. Because now you realize how important wisdom is, and you're more than willing to put it into practice. You're not resisting wisdom because you're stuck in your ways, your foolish ways, right? That may be satisfying on the short term, but damaging in the long term, right? Because wisdom is all about long-term growth, success, which isn't always the most flashiest thing, you know? So yeah, they that see him shall count him happy. Verse 25, it says, the days of life of man may be numbered, but the days of Israel are innumerable. I like this. It's actually made me think of, I guess we could say a proverb where I compare it to Esau, right? Because you think about it, Esau, our brother, he's like the opposite in all ways, right? Even in this way too. So you think about, out of all the nations, you have Jacob, right? Jacob is the chosen of God, right? The loved of God, the one who's going to rule the kingdom forever. Whereas Esau is the hated, the despised of God, who's going to be what? In captivity and eventually destroyed. So you have one nation is going to be immortal, live on. Another nation is going to what? Be in captivity and eventually be cut off. To where other nations, yeah, they're going to still be in a kingdom, even though they're going to get cut down in size. There's going to come a time where there's not going to be any more of Esau in the earth at all, right? But yeah, I always think of this, and I compare it with or contrast this verse with Revelations 12:12. Revelations 12:12, where it talks about our enemy Esau. It says, Revelations 12:12, it says, therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. Right? So he fell when Rome fell, right? During the Dark Ages. Now he's allowed to come back for a little season, like it tells you in other places in Revelations. So from the 1400s up until now, right? It's been pretty much his renaissance. So it's been pretty much a short run for him to get where he's at right now, compared to the whole stretch of history. But as much as Esau has gained in a short period of time, right, from his different power, what we're talking about, his control over money, control over resources, control over land, control over people, and things that they come up with, whether it be different inventions or weapons of war, weapons of media, other things, right? He's going to fall that much harder, right, at the hands of Christ and the Elohim, the angels. So yeah, his time's running out. And then I thought of a little proverb. I said, based on what we just read, I said like this. I said, Esau is running out of time. And I say, then time is running out of Jacob, right? Which, pretty much means they're running out of time, whereas time runs out of us. Meaning, if our days are innumerable, it don't matter how long it takes for us to structure everything, because we're the ones that are pretty much going to set the tempo for the kingdom and for time continual going forward. Everything's going to be on our speed, right? Which is the speed of the Most High's law, the speed of righteousness, the speed of going within the guidelines of the creation, according to the calendar of the Most High, and structuring everything around that. Not like what Esau does, which is, work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? No sleep, grind, because he's running out of time, but we're not, right? Our time now, while he's running out of time, our time is getting expanded as we structure our lives around the Most High's law, which pretty much has everything come to us, right? Our prosperity is going to be able to be maintained and to flourish, even amidst all the chaos and confusion and crashing economies and wars is going on with them. Most High is going to plant us and root us to where even after this world is destroyed, everything we built here, even in this crazy setup, is going to be transitioned into the kingdom anyway, right? As long as we build it with patience according to the Most High's law. What we build is timeless. It'll continue to grow. It won't be you look at the economics, you'll see like they show you the short-term, long-term debt cycle, right? These big loops, because they always want to play around with inflation and raising the value of things. You look at the productivity growth, it's just a line. It goes like this. Over time, you just increase. That's the kingdom. It's just productivity growth, because when we deal with the law, deal with the Most High's possession the right way according to the law, which means it'll always continue to grow. And for the nations that hop on board to that model, they'll see it too. But they're going to resist. The scriptures tell us, and have to learn the hard way. That's not the way to go. But yeah. So they're running out of time, but time runs out of us. We set the standard. So 37 and 26, it reads, a wise man shall inherit glory among his people, and his name shall be perpetual. So I linked this with the inheritance that comes with wisdom when you ally yourself unto her. So I was referring to chapter 4 earlier of Ecclesiasticus. Let's get a specific verse. Ecclesiasticus chapter 4 and verse 16. Link Ecclesiasticus 4 and 16 with 37 and 26. Chapter 4 verse 16 of Ecclesiasticus reads, if a man commit himself unto her, he shall inherit her. His generation shall hold her in possession. See that? So if a man commit himself unto her, the her we read above is wisdom. He shall inherit her wisdom, and his generation shall hold her in possession. If they follow wisdom too, it'll be like the best thing to inherit, because with that wisdom, everything else will come. The properties, the wealth, the riches, the fruitfulness of whatever property you have. You can't really have that without the wisdom, because we see that now. People get an inheritance through ill means, through rape, theft, murder, deception, oppression, profanity. Give it to their kids, and the kids don't have wisdom. They just squander it anyway, right? They just blow it. They don't grow it. I didn't mean to rhyme that, but I guess it just kind of came out that way. So yeah, Ecclesiasticus 37 and 27, it says, my son, prove thy soul in thy life and see what is evil for it, and give not that unto it. 28. For all things are not profitable for all men, neither have every soul pleasure in everything. See that? So you could link this with Proverbs chapter 30 and verse 7. Once again, Proverbs chapter 30 and verse 7, you can link with what we just read here in 37, 27, and 28. Because what he's telling you is what? The Most High sometimes he'll give us guidelines. He'll say, yeah, you can have this, but just don't have too much. We won't give you a number. I think a couple of weeks back in camp, we read that verse. Remember I had you read that, Y'all Kanan, when the brother was talking about, well, what are we supposed to do as, you said we're Israelites, so what are we supposed to do as, Hebrews, as you say, right? Like, oh, I think he asked about like a ruler or something, somebody that's in charge. We took him to the laws for the king. And he said, yeah, see, it says here, you're not supposed to multiply horses, right? Because if you get, too many horses, you go back to Egypt, right? You're supposed to multiply silver and gold, or multiply wives, right? Most I didn't give you a cap. He didn't say a certain number, no more than 100 horses, no more than, 50 wives, no more than, 1,000 talents of gold. He didn't give you a specific number. He just said, don't do it to where it'll take your heart away from me and have you serve the flesh, right? That's what he was implying. So he wasn't saying you couldn't have this thing. He said, just don't have it to where it's going to take you away from me. Don't let all your wives take you from me. Don't let your horses take you from me and go back to Egypt, trusting in the physical instead of trusting in me. Don't get so much silver and gold where you trust in that instead of trusting in me. I'll let you decide. I'll let you determine what that limit is. I trust you with that. So he won't put a cap. He won't put a specific number. It'll say don't multiply to where it'll lead you to do that. But this is Proverbs chapter 30 and verse 7, where he's speaking on the same wisdom when he's talking about, what he wants the Lord to give him. The words of Agur, son of Jacob, when you read the first verse. So Proverbs chapter 30 and verse 7, to link with 37 and 27 and 28, what we just read, it says, 2 things have I required of thee, deny me them not before I die. He says, remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me. And he explains in verse 9, lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is Yahweh or the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my power in vain. See that? So he's saying, feed me with food convenient for me, right? Because I don't want to be so poor where I take your name in vain. I want to be so rich till I just forget about you. Because when you got so much money, you can really get beside yourself, right? To where it's just like, why pray to God? I got more money than the Lord, right? I can buy whatever I want. I can buy whoever I want. You got these people so lifted up. They got so much wealth, and they're doing, regular working class people, and they're trying to get them to go their way. It's just like, they just look at you like, how much do you want? What's your price? And it's like, if you actually have principles, like, no, I can't be bought and paid for. I want this. I'm demanding these things. We be treated right. And they're just like, oh, we got ourselves an idealist here. We'll see how long that lasts. Give this guy, a fancy car. Give him some women. Give him some gold and silver. Take him on a trip to, Dubai or something. And then bring him back. Because in their minds, it's like, yeah, once we shower them with all types of, goodies, stuff for the flesh, they'll concede. They'll cast their principles aside. They won't be so idealist anymore. Right? That's their mentality, because they've been bought and sold. So they feel like, oh, everyone can be bought and sold. Just got to find out what the price is, how much they want. Remember the Wall Street Money Never Sleeps, the second one with the what's the kid from Transformers? Shia. Yeah. Remember he was talking to the dude. He said, if everybody has a price, they want to cap out at, where they're just good. What's your price? And the guy was like, he leaned forward, was like, more. I was like, ugh. But then as I'm watching, I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of guys like him on Wall Street right now. It's never enough for these guys.
Bottomless pit.
Yep. Never enough. But yeah, it was a very, very compelling scene. See, that was Proverbs 37:9. Also, you can link 1 Corinthians 6:12. Paul says this. He says in 1 Corinthians 6:12, he says, all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient, which just means profitable. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. Right? So he's pretty much saying, I belong to Christ, right? While I can do all things won't benefit, all things won't be profitable for me. Right? Like they say is a common saying in the world, different strokes, different folks. From a righteous standpoint, yeah, that's true, right? To where it's just like, you might be into one thing, right? As far as the spirit, this type of knowledge, or this type of gift, whereas my gift might be something else to go into this area, this aspect of the spirit. You have all different types of spiritual gifts, right? From knowledge to wisdom to the gifts of healing to different languages to there's all different types of things we can do in the spirit. So your thing may not be my thing and vice versa. And that's okay because we're all the body in different parts, and parts in particular. So that's what he's saying here when he says all things are not profitable for all men. Also, 1 Corinthians 10:23, 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 23 to go with 1 Corinthians 6:12, it says, all things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but all things edify not. Right? So, same idea. As long as what you're doing is righteous, that's what's key. Right? As long as what you're doing is help bringing the kingdom in, then keep doing that thing, right? Whatever it may be. As grand as it may be or as small as it may be, keep doing that. Keep growing that. So back to Ecclesiasticus 37. Now we're in 29. Sorry, I had to write this down. So 37:29 it reads, be not unsatiable in any dainty thing, nor too greedy upon meats. Right? So don't be unsatiable. This is going into the fruit of temperance, one of our fruits of the spirit, right? Which deals with self-control. Be not unsatiable in any dainty thing, nor too greedy upon meats. So don't be a glutton. Pretty much, right? And there's other scriptures talking about, when you sit down with somebody at meat, especially with like a ruler or something, it says be very careful at the table, right? Because you want to be at the table, and, and the person, you sitting with the master of ceremonies, the MC, they're just like, where you get this guy from? Oh, this guy act like he ain't never been nowhere before, right? Like they say in the world, you act like you ain't used to nothing. Let me get seconds. Oh, let me get another plate. Oh. It's a buffet. It's a buffet. It's all you can eat. It's okay. Oh, let me get a doggy bag. That's how smart people are. They grow up so poor. Like learning, culture and etiquette. That's like secondary, right? So they finally go out to eat somewhere nice. What's a tip? What's this? What's that? Forks, knives. Regular. The whole table setup. That's like a new thing. Right? And for people who, come from, more hoity-toity background and look down on Israel like that and be like, oh, look, they don't know what to do. Look at the way they're sitting. Look at how they, they don't even know how to hold their silverware right. Oh, my God. It's just like you're dealing with the people who are trying to, survive from day to day. Manners etiquette, sadly, is last on the list of things to learn. But the scriptures got it all covered. Because even if you are poor, you can still learn what? Manners. You can still learn etiquette. You can still learn from the scriptures, how to be even if you're dealing with someone who's got a lot more wealth or riches or position than you. Scripture's got it all covered. So it says, you can link that with 31 and 17. So 29, Ecclesiasticus 37:29, link it with 31 and 17 of Ecclesiasticus as well. Which Ecclesiasticus 31 and 17 says, leave all first for manners' sake, and be not unsatiable lest thou offend. So yeah, just show some temperance, show some restraint. Even if you are hungry, don't eat till you're full, right? I remember the first time I went to the buffet as a kid, right? It was breakfast buffet. I love breakfast food, right? My dad took me. I was like, wow, Dad, I always told the story. I was like, wow, Dad, all you can eat? He just smiled. He said, all you can eat, son. All you can eat. So we're in the buffet. I'm getting eggs, I'm getting the sausage, I'm getting bacon, the works. I got like maybe, 5, 6, 7 plates. I could easily do like, a whole thing of eggs. Just as a kid, I used to go crazy with breakfast. But I remember getting like 4, 5, 6 plates, then got the fruit plate, the fruit bowl, with the cantaloupe and pineapple, and strawberries and all, I remember we got back home. I fell out on the bed. Just laid out the bed like, oh. And my dad, he walked into the doorway, looked at me on the bed, laid out. He just started laughing. I was like, very funny. All you could eat. Yeah, I learned my lesson that day. I never forgot it. But I know when I first asked him that, he knew, but he wanted me to learn. That's what he said. All you can eat. So I put it to the test. I figured out, real quick. All you can eat don't mean you just eat till you bust. That's not fun. So yeah, eat till you're satisfied, not till you're full, because a lot of us grow up learning to eat till we're full. It's not how you're supposed to eat. You're supposed to eat till you're satisfied. You guys were talking about that last night in the Friday class, right? As far as like I think the sister was talking about being on the Sabi plan, the late Dr. Sabi, and how they would not eat after like 12, 1 o'clock, that whole thing. So it's like sometimes we have to try different things or get on a different schedule as far as our eating and just get accustomed to it. Because, in America, everything is, medium is large. Large is extra large. Large is supersized, right? Can I get a small? Oh, we don't have small. Can I get a medium? Yeah. Isn't that a small? No, it's not a small. It's a medium. The lowest they got is medium. No more small, right? So that's America. Everything is big. Everything's big, extra, large. But big, extra, large isn't always, what's best.
So what's it eat to live, not live to eat?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's nice. So yeah, so we have to come out of that, especially in America, because
I say that all the time when I go to fast food. You get the same thing, so you get a small. Right? It's like, there you go. It's like, man, I hate to see the large.
yeah, yes.
This is small? Wow.
Right. And those 7-Eleven, those Slurpees, oh god. It's just food coloring, slush, and it's just high fructose corn syrup with like food coloring. I'm like, what is this? This isn't even real juice. What the hell am I drinking? And you drink it and your tongue is all red, from the the big gulp. Like, what the hell is this? This isn't even real juice. I'm literally drinking Red 40. Red 40 and high fructose corn syrup. Now, if I do that every day, I get the big gulp every day, every other day. Yeah, give me about a couple years. I'll have that diabetes, you know what I mean? Me and diabetes will be best friends. I keep drinking this thing. But places like 7-Eleven are coming up though, because they got some organics, non-GMO stuff, which I was kind of surprised. They got like that's what I do if I don't do my own smoothie. I'll cheat. 7-Eleven has these juices, the non-GMO juices. They got it's like the cold pressed juice. You get like the green one, which is like apple, mint, some kind of roughage. I don't know what kind of greens it is. And they got the berry one too.
You realize you gotta balance it out.
Hmm?
You realize they gotta balance it out. A lot of people is actually looking at what they eat. The sales are there. The reason they did that, they look at the sales like, oh, man, we need to capitalize on this what do you call it, organic. People are more aware of what they put in their body these days, especially with social media. You can just food tells you how much.
Con, got you on the
Right.
Con, I got you on the teleconference. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it behooves them to really start getting into the more healthier stuff, even if it's just a feature, even though most of the money is still made with the killer stuff like I was selling him, stuff that have you diabetic in a matter of weeks. Get you ready to get the chopping. But it reads on in verse 30, for excess of meats bringeth sickness, and surfeiting will turn into choler. So now surfeiting, we know what surfeiting is. What's surfeiting? What's that word mean? Anybody know? It's like surfing on a surfboard, or what's surfeiting? I haven't been using my my split screen. I got to pull it up here on the big screen for you guys. See it right there? You see it on the big screen, Manisha?
Yeah.
It just means excess. So you probably not pop up. You might not see that word that much, but that's what it means. And then choler, CHOLER, that's like it literally means like the bile that comes out of your liver, right? But colloquially, it's used to mean this: insatiability, anger, irritability. But it's more specifically referring to the yellow bile that comes out of the liver, but it leads to irritability. So it's kind of like, how people get a certain way when they eat too much or drink too much, You're supposed to, take a chill pill. You're supposed to get the itis, but not all the time, especially if you're eating too much to where you it makes you uncomfortable. That's a bad thing. But anyway, I'll read 30 again. It says, for excess of meats bringeth sickness, and surfeiting will turn into choler. Then it says in verse 31, by surfeiting have many perished, but he that taketh heed prolongeth his life. Right? So excess, they're taking out a lot of people. But it says, he that taketh heed will prolong his life. Right? So prolonging your life is not getting excess everything, right? But having some kind of restraint. Eating just enough. Eating enough to satisfy oneself as opposed to eating to be full. We can link this with 31 and 20. Ecclesiasticus 31 and verse 20. Ecclesiasticus 31 and verse 20 reads, sound sleep cometh of moderate eating. He riseth early, and his wits are with him. But with the pain of watching and choler and pangs of the belly are with an insatiable man, right? So if a man eats too much, eats to be full all the time, right? Supersized all the time, right? Buffets, every other day, right? It says he's going to have pangs or pains of the belly, choler, right? Or irritability, and the pain of watching, right? Whereas the person who gets a nice, reasonable dinner, right? Doesn't, overeat right before going to sleep, right? It says he's going to what? Get sound sleep and going to rise early and have his wits, as opposed to, the person who ate too much or drank too much before going to sleep. You wake up and it's just like, right? You feel horrible, as opposed to, feeling like refreshed. Let's get them, let me do my morning stretches. Yeah, let me do my little calisthenics, do my little jumping jacks, right? My push-ups, my sit-ups, or, some folks might do a little morning run right before going to work, right? Some folks may bike to work, right? To get that cardio in, going on their way to work, So, it makes a big difference. So, yeah, they understood that back then, too, right? This is just some old, dusty book. All right, so back to Ecclesiasticus. Now, we had a lot of link-ups there, but I think in chapter 38 is not as many per se. It's more like blocks. Like it's like different sections as far as when we break down chapter 38. So won't be as many links, but the wisdom is still good nonetheless. Because the first part of 38 is going into the importance of the physician, right? Or doctor, right? To where we could put the glory of a physician or a doctor in the proper place, the proper context. Because just like we were talking about last night in the class, the elder was talking about, he said, you guys are reading in Romans chapter 1 where it says, what? Worshiping the creature more than the creator, right? And the elder Zaquani mentioned the creature being man in many cases, right? Worship people and what people, discover, right? The new priesthood is the scientists, falsely so called, right? Whatever the scientists say, they're like the new seers, right? They're the prophets, the priests that people go to, right? They're the oracles now, right? People gather around and go, oh, well, the scientists, right, said this, because they got letters after their name, right? They got the MD, the PhD, the JD, the DD, who's a doctorate of divinity, right? They got all those letters after their name. So it's like, oh, wow. They have to know what they're talking about. Let me listen to them, right? Watch out for those letters. But so yeah, they had these letters. Just on the strength of that, we're supposed to believe them. That's only one part of rhetoric. Remember, because rhetoric pretty much comes in three flavors, right? You got your logos, which is like logic, appeals on logic. Yes, that's really the best one. And you got pathos or pathos, that's your emotional appeals, right? That's the one that's the most convincing, right? Get people to go your way, because if you don't, they'll get sick or get hurt or lose their safety net or lose their, their network, whatever it is. And you got this one, which is ethos, which is a reputational appeal. That's where they appeal. They use rhetoric that just, regardless of what you're saying, it could be straight garbage what you're saying, but they're going off the strength of, oh, I had this much money, or I had this much education, or I went to this school, right? I got this kind of street credibility. That's what you'll see on the media where they bring somebody out. We have an expert, so-and-so. They got their so-and-so from the degree from Harvard Law. So as soon as you hear that, it's like, and they come out and they're like, sky is green. Well, he did go to Harvard, so maybe he's got a point. That's what they're hoping. Because they said he went to Harvard Law, he or she can say whatever nonsense. People will buy it because went to Harvard Law, Columbia Law, University of Chicago, right? All the fancy schools, right? So yeah, we got to make sure we weigh that all in the balance, right? Because reputation might be important depending on what it is, right? But sometimes it's just used as a means to pull the wool over the eyes of the sheep. But we're not those sheep. So the Most High is going to give us proper perspective on how to view the physician, right? Because the physician's role is very important. We want to make sure we acknowledge the glory of the physician. Heck, we even had disciples that were physicians. Real quick trivia. Which of the disciples was a physician? Was a doctor? He's actually called that by Paul. He's called the beloved physician. That's my hint. Peter was a fisherman. Him and his brother Andrew were fishermen. They were as blue collar as you get, right? I can see it now. Back then, oh, you guys are fishermen. What do you guys know about the Bible? You guys aren't Pharisees. Where'd you guys go to school for your understanding? What do you know? You tell me about fish. Don't tell me about what the Bible is talking about. Anybody know? I guess folks that are watching on the chat, you know who was actually a doctor that was one of the disciples. Put it in the chat. If you get it before someone here in Philly, definitely post it. But as you guys look that up, let me read 38:1 of Ecclesiasticus. 38:1, it reads, honor physician with the honor due unto him, for the uses which ye may have of him, for the Lord hath created him, right? So honor the physician with the honor due unto him. But it says the Lord hath created him. So always remember that the Lord is the one who gets the chief praise in all things, right? Even for someone like a physician, right? It's not for someone to get lifted up if they are a physician, or for someone to be respect the person of a physician just because they have that knowledge and have that ability to do whatever their specialty is in that respective profession. But realize it's just the Most High that made him, and the Most High that made him or her gave him that ability to what? Help, to heal those that are in need, right? Then it says in verse 2, for of the Most High cometh healing, and he shall receive honor of the king. See that? So the Most High is the one that heals, and he uses that physician sometimes as a healing agent. He could do it himself directly. We could use a physician to do it, right? But all in all, it's of the Most High. That's the thing we want to always make sure we take away from this. So 38:2, to show the Most High heals, you can get these links with 38:2.
You got Luke.
That's him. That's the answer. You get the verse to prove it?
Colossians 4:14.
Say it a little louder so everybody can hear you.
Colossians 4:14.
Con, what's that say?
Colossians 4:14 reads, Luke, the beloved physician, and who's that? Demas. Greek people.
Come. So he was referring to Luke in his salutation, right? His departing salutation, right? He calls him the beloved physician. He's actually he wrote the book of Luke in the Gospels, but he also wrote. You go into it. He wrote Acts of the Apostles. See, Acts of the Apostles was written by Luke as well. So yeah, we had different brothers and sisters of different walks, right? So Luke, he was a doctor, a physician. So once again, with 38:2, let's link these verses up to show that the Most High heals. Write down Deuteronomy 32 and 39. Deuteronomy 32 and 39. which 32 and 39 reads, "See now that I, even I, am He, and there is no God with me. I kill, I make alive. I wound, I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand." That's the Most High talking. So, Most High, He heals.
Can I say a story?
A story?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, 2 Kings 5 and 10. 2 Kings 5 and 10. And Elisha sent a messenger unto him, saying, Go and wash in Jordan 7 times, and thy flesh shall come again to thee, and thou shalt be clean. Verse 11. But Naaman was wroth, and went away and said, Behold, I thought he would surely come out to me, and stand and call on the name of the Lord his God, and strike his hand over the place, and recover the leper. It says, Are not Abana and Pharpar, rivers of Damascus, better than all the waters of Israel? May I not wash in them and be clean? So he turned and went away in a rage. Right? Verse 13. And his servants came near and spake unto him, and said, My father, if the prophet had bid thee to do some great thing, wouldst thou not have done it? How much rather than when he said to thee, Wash and be clean? So the Most High gave the prophet what he's supposed to do. But he's just angry, what about the other rivers and all of that stuff, or strike or whatever, this and that. But eventually he had to do that. He was clean up his leprosy. So he was given a specific instruction.
Which caused the healing.
Yeah, but he wasn't. He didn't want to do that because he figured that why not something else? Most I come down and whatever, and he do something, some better river or something. He was given a specific instruction. Like, doctors or certain thing give you certain things to take for a few days or something, It's like, why not one day?
It's like I'm the doctor, I'm the physician.
Yeah.
I kind of know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most High, I know what I'm doing.
Go drink this herb or take this thing, X amount of milligram or something like that, and you'll be okay.
Like the herb you were talking about, you said last night, you said I took too much of it, just one leaf. Not was it knocked you out? Did it make you sleepy, or what did it do? You see, you could feel it.
I can feel the heat. And send me to the doctor.
Oh wow!
Go to 2 days.
Cleaned your clock, huh?
2 cups.
Yeah.
Power tea.
Because even herbs, it have certain toxicity to it too.
Mm-hmm.
So herbs can take it too much.
True. So that was 2 Kings 5:10 to. Where'd you stop?
Oh. Stop at 13.
Okay, the water. All right.
Oh, 14. Yeah, you could do the 14 too.
Okay.
Let me read 14.
Okay.
14. Then went he down and dipped himself 7 times in Jordan, according to the saying of the man of God, and his flesh came again like unto the flesh of a little child, and he was clean.
Mm-hmm.
So he finally heat to it, and he's like, okay, I'm clean now.
Soft as a baby's bottom. That's what they say. This is 1 Samuel chapter 2 and verse 6 to go with Deuteronomy 32 and 39. 1 Samuel 2, 6 reads, this is Hannah's prayer, right? She says, 1 Samuel 2 and 6, the Lord killeth, or Yahweh killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up. Verse 7, Yahweh maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. So all that's in the power of the Most High to do that. And then we got this in New Testament too. James chapter 5. James chapter 5, 13 and 14. James 5, 13 and 14. It reads, is any among you afflicted? Let him pray. Is any merry? Let him sing psalms. 14. Is any sick among you? Let him call for the elders of the church, and let them pray over him, anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord. Yeah. Then it says in verse 15, and the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him. Right? So the power we have through the Holy Spirit to heal, but ultimately it's the Most High's power, right? Just working through us. When we don't sin, we follow righteousness. We tap into that power. It's one of the fruit. It's one of the spiritual gifts. We read about the spiritual gifts. Gifts of healing is one of those. Let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 38. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have one more? Let me see. Let's see if this applies. Wisdom Solomon 16. Yeah, this is good. So actually add Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 as well. Wisdom of Solomon 16, 12 and 13. To go with this. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 and verse 12, it reads, for it was neither herb nor mollifying plaister that restored them to health, but thy word, O Lord, which healed all things. Verse 13, for thou hast power of life and death. Thou leadest to the gates of hell and bringest up again. Right? Gates of hell, right? So remember, one definition of hell just means what? The grave, right? In the English, you'll see Sheol. You'll hear the so-called Christians say Sheol, which comes from the Hebrew Sha'awal, which just means the grave, right? Because remember, there's only two hells, the grave, and you also have the other hell, which is captivity. There's no third hell. The third heaven, there's no third hell where, as you confess Jesus, your soul is put there to burn for eternity. That's mythology. That's not scriptures. The lake that burned with fire is going to be happening right here on this level, in the physical. Not talking about some other place. But that's a lie we were taught. Anyway, so those are all good verses to show that the Most High heals. So back to Ecclesiasticus 38. Let's continue about the physician. I'll use my bookmark. Oh, here it is. So verse 3. The skill of the physician shall lift up his head, and in the sight of great men he shall be in admiration. Let me ask, let me see if you remember. To lift up one's head means to what? We went into this one of the Tuesday classes. To lift up one's head. Mm-mm. When it says so-and-so has their head lifted up, what does that mean? So to have one's head lifted up means to be made honorable. If you go through your notes, you'll see it there. And a key verse we go to show that, Ecclesiasticus, chapter 11, and verse 1. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 11, and verse 1. So we always read that in Psalms 83, where it says, they that hate thee have lifted up their head, meaning the other nations that hate us have lifted up their head, meaning they made themselves honorable. Just like First Maccabees tells you what, when the Greeks came into power, it says they put crowns upon themselves. They made themselves honorable. Whether it was true honor, something else. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 11 and verse 1, it reads, wisdom lifted up the head of him that is of a low degree, and maketh him to sit among great men. See that? So wisdom lifted up the head, meaning wisdom in a true sense will make one honorable as far as the Most High is concerned. It won't just be what Esau has control over, right? Because Esau, he can set up whoever and just say, oh, he's somebody, whether they have wisdom or not. Whereas the Most High is like, when he does it, it's for real, regardless of what heathen nation's in charge, regardless of what kind of riches or power that they have. The Most High, they can't take that away from when we have wisdom. They can try to ridicule them, but it won't work. So Ecclesiasticus 11 and 1 to link with 38 and 3. So once again, to lift up one's head means to be made honorable. So back to 38, I'll read 4 now. It says, the Lord hath created medicines out of the earth, and he that is wise shall not abhor them. Right? So the Most High made medicines out of the earth. We read this last night too. So the link with 38 and 4, Genesis 1 and 29. Also, Psalms 104 and 14. Genesis 1 and 29, Psalms 104 and 14. I'll read the one in Genesis. It says, and power said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree, yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. You look up that word in the Hebrew where it says meat. It actually more loosely translates into food. That's what the actual Hebrew word is. Because I've seen people where they say, oh, see, you guys shouldn't be eating any type of meat. See, right here it says, this is your meat. I've seen people do that. And then they say, you got to be a vegetarian. It's like, let's keep it simple. I just say, like, anything that the priest could eat, we can eat, right? According to the law. Only thing is Esau then corrupted everything. He then corrupted the daggone goats and cows and sheep. That's why you stay away from them, right?
Well, one other thing you can say, well, if you're also supposed to be vegetarian, so how are you going to celebrate Passover? You got to eat meat. You got to eat the lamb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Now, if you want to do that on your own, that's your prerogative, right? Just throughout, but right. But see, that's just it. See, Esau, I said we were talking about capitalism earlier. Esau takes something that could be used for good and they have it so corrupt that you just got to throw the whole thing out. Like slavery. There's a way to have slavery according to the law and righteousness, right? Where your servants love to serve you. Your slaves want to slave you because you deal with them according to justice, not according to, just abuse. But that thing sounds crazy because Esau then took slavery and just went like totally left with it when it came to us. Now he's coming out everywhere going like this, slavery's bad, slavery's bad. No, you're bad. And you mess everything you touch, you screw up. That's your problem.
But slavery's bad, but slavery's got things where they are today.
Right. Once they done got all the way around the track 3 or 4 times, and everyone's starting on their first lap, when people try to get power the same way they did, violence isn't the answer. taken to the Hague, right? What's the criminal court? Crimes against humanity. It's like, what the hell was the 1700s, 1800s? Rise of imperialism. What the hell was what do you call it? The antebellum slavery in the South, like crimes against humanity. But when you do it, these guys are frauds, man. Hypocritical frauds. Anyway, Psalms 104 and verse 14. Because we could spend all day on that one. Psalms 104 verse 14, it says, he's the Most High, caused the grass to grow for the cattle and herb for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth. See? So herb is for the service of man. See? So herbs are good. Like you were saying, Haiti, they're like AstraZeneca. We're good. We got our own AstraZeneca down here. We're growing it. Get that up out of here. We don't need it. Yeah, man.
I'd be very surprised if you convince the public to take that vaccine. I'd be very surprised. They even say that coronavirus is a white man disease. It ain't for us.
Okay. You say that in the U.S. media, they go, "Oh my God! Oh, you're one of those. You're one of those people. Oh my God!"
Yeah, in social media. Once you say in social media, they're right under you.
So yeah, you crazy. It's a white man. That ain't for us. We good.
I know some black people that died from coronavirus in my family. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what? Ignorant to do out there to say that.
Yeah, you're into comebacks to that one, because it'll still get you. But then here's the thing: you got to take things into account, because if you're already eating healthy, getting proper exercise, eating foods that naturally boost your immune system, nature. If you got nature and nurture working for you, you're gonna get better chances of if you come in contact with corona, you're gonna have a better chance of overcoming it.
Than artificial stuff you're gonna pump in your body.
Mm-hmm. Which, when we talked about that Tuesday, you asked the question. I said the best metaphor I can give you is like, say the United States declares war. They get the National Guard, all the soldiers that are here stateside, get them to pretty much report the base, lace up the boots, uniform, guns, get them ready for an enemy that hasn't attacked or that may attack, but you're pretty much on standby to defend the country. That's pretty much what it's doing in your body. That's what a vaccine does. It triggers your body into defending against a disease, defending against a virus or a pathogen that hasn't come in contact yet. That's where your white blood cells come in, right? So pretty much gets them like, where's the virus? Even when there isn't one, That's what it's doing. And the mRNA does it without like a dead form of the virus. That's what like I think Johnson & Johnson is. But the mRNA, that's what it's doing. It's tricking your body into thinking that you have pathogens, which triggers the white blood cells. It's pretty much like your soldiers that are your immune system that defend it against, in this case, a virus, but other pathogens as well. Of the R's family, since they're all related, any of the viruses that end with RS, respiratory syndrome viruses, these just tag on in front wherever it's from. SARS is South Asian, MERS is Middle Eastern. There's like I think 2 or 3 other ones too. So that's what COVID is. I think it's called, before it was called COVID-19, it was like SARS-CoV. It's a certain type of SARS, a certain type of Southeast Asian respiratory syndrome, if I remember.
Well, it says always
So
mutating.
Attacks your lungs.
Mutating. It's always changing. Yeah, Delta.
Right. I mean, I made a joke.
United Airways.
Right. Yeah. No, it was a joke I made. I said, you're going to get the Epsilon variant, Zeta, Eta, Theta, variant. Like we're going to the Greek alphabet. Keep going. We're going to have one for, we have going to be like hurricanes, like Hurricane, Andrew, Hurricane Beavis, Hurricane Cindy, Hurricane.
She called it base race. The person came from China. China.
China. You say like Donald Trump.
Where's the
China.
Delta from?
China.
Where's
CCP. Huh?
the Delta? The Delta strand. Where's it from?
I'm not sure. I just hear about it in the UK right now, but I'm not sure that's where it's from.
UK, so it should be the UK. Where's the origin? Where it's from? Then you have one coming from India.
Mm-hmm. There's supposed to be one in South Africa too. They call it COVID-21. That was like earlier this year. But either way, let's continue on because. But yeah. They're gonna keep this thing as long as they can. They're gonna keep it changing as long as they can.
Nowhere.
Right. We know this much.
Like 9, like what are there, 10 plagues in Egypt?
Mm-hmm.
Might be 9 more coming.
Right.
So you gotta walk with plastic on your shoes. Next you gotta walk with gloves on.
You gotta be like Bubble Boy.
Hamster wheel. So Ecclesiasticus 38:5, right? It says, was not the water made sweet with wood, that the virtue thereof might be known? So you just write down Exodus 15 and 25, which was where they put the wood into the water, the bitter waters. But that's what these referring to here. So it's like, what was that wood, I can see some scholars, claiming to find that wood and being like, yeah, we found the wood that they used in Egypt, to make the waters. Just like they supposedly found the water that was the pool of Siloam, that pool. Remember Yahweh Shah put his hands in the water or something, and he used it to like heal the person, I think, from their sight. There's another time too, I think we spit or something, and that made their eyes open. So people think like, if I can get Jesus to spit, if it like it's like fossilized somehow, or get that water that came from that pool, it's like you're not realizing that means nothing. It was the people's faith in Christ there in that moment. That's what healed them, not the object, but worshiping the creature more than the creator, just like we talked about. So I could see them trying to find this tree or this wood. And they say, "Oh, we found the remains of the wood that Moses used to heal the water." Oh,
don't let them find the cloth.
Oh, the shroud of Turin.
He was wearing. Oh, there's Jesus' blood on it. We got Jesus' DNA.
Jesus clones. Well, they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. You know what happened? If they clone the body, they see. He's a nigga.
We got the wrong blood.
Yep. I think this might be Simon of Cyrene, that black dude from Africa. We got the wrong guy. Busted. Yeah, but anyway, so Exodus 15:25 to link with 38:5. That's where they got this from, which I'll read real quick. Exodus 15:25. 23 to 26 is the whole thing. It says Exodus 15:23. And when they came to Marah and could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore they called the name of the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moses, saying, "What shall we drink?" And he cried unto Yahweh, and Yahweh showed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he proved them and said, "If thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of Yahweh thy power, to go and wilt do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians. For I am Yahweh that healeth thee." See that? So the Most High is healing them. It's like you were saying, Yahweh, that was the other 9, right? The plagues. He said, "I'll keep them off you if you just listen to me." But did Israel listen? Read on and find out. Stiff-necked, rebellious. So Ecclesiasticus 38:6, it says, "Neat hath given men skill that he might be honored in his marvelous works." So the Most High will give us skills, right? To be, in this case, a physician. Just like you read in Isaiah where it says, "I have made the smith to blow up the coals in the fire to make an instrument for his work. I have created the ways to destroy." So all the modern, from ancient to modern technology, from all the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, that create all the modern marvels we see today. So it's all still coming from the Most High's inspiration, right? Whether it's us inventing it and not getting credit for it, we have to sign over intellectual property, or if it's the heathen coming up with stuff, because the heathen, they done their stuff too. But they got that one dude, the Eastern European dude, I think he's Esau. I know he's a heathen, but I'm just not sure if I think he's Esau, but Nikola Tesla, the real Tesla. You hear Tesla, and people think, "Oh, Elon Musk," like the guy he named his thing after. He came with a lot of stuff. He came up with a lot of different inventions.
I bought his book, not his book, but e-book, how to do hydrogen gas for your car. And still haven't, I bought it years ago. I still haven't actually done it.
Put that on the bucket list. I did a couple presentations in high school and one in college on the Philadelphia experiment. I was still, trying to figure things out in those days, but I remember doing the presentation, getting all excited about it because it was talking about the Tesla coils. He put it on the that USS Eldridge ship. These two coils, and they create like this wave. It's an EM wave, right? That because what they were trying to do was get not only just radar invisibility, but they wanted actual invisibility. And they said by turning on these Tesla coils on the ship and running a certain energy through them, they achieved the invisibility. But then it said that what they think what happened was it got displaced, meaning it warped through space time. So then it popped up and it said it showed up on off the coast of Norfolk, Virginia. That same ship when they had the thing turned on. They said they think it also popped up in Montauk, at the end of Long Island, not Montauk, New York. They said it popped up on the water over there, but in a different time though. So sometimes it's in the same space, sometimes different space, same time. Other times in different space, different time. Because the Montauk damn thing was like in the 80s, but the USS Eldridge testing Tesla's technology was like during World War II, like the early 40s. But some of this is like alleged. Some of it is like science, fiction, or they say conspiracy, But I remember doing this presentation. They're talking about how people when they came back, they would turn them on and off after they would disappear, reappear. They said that second time they did it. Well, first time they did it, they said the crew on the ship, they were sick, throwing up. Second time they did it, they said they were sick and thrown up, but they said some of them had actually fused into the ship. Like I guess their matter got mixed up with the ship's matter, and they blended together. So, is this true?
Demon.
Unless you're there, what can you say?
Demon.
What can you say? Is it true? I don't know.
Levi can tell you what they're doing, man, right? Some of Levi dealing with all that who they could tell them, oh yeah, this is what they're doing. And telling you all kind of lies.
They got all that sci-fi.
Germans, and they talk about Hitler's Germany, Heinrich Himmler. They say he was dealing with this stuff, mixing science with sorcery. It gets crazy. But anyway. You can tell everybody. What were you saying?
No, I don't want to say that too much. It's the general man. He said he kind of hesitated a little bit. Just take the vaccine. He kind of stuttered a little bit. He said, "Just take the vaccine."
It's kind of for someone of his stature. It's like just say why you did and just back it up.
He stuttered a little bit and he said, "Just take it."
That's kind of funny style. Like if anything, I would expect you to really have like, well, here's why I did it, and just have a reason, and just say take it or leave it. But yeah, 38 and 6. I read 6, 7. With such doth he heal men and taketh away their pains. Then it says in verse 8, of such doeth the apothecary make a confection, and of his works there is no end, and from him is peace over all the earth. So like an apothecary is like a pharmacist, but from the olden times, right? They're pretty much, they make I'll pull it up right here so you guys can see. So apothecary.
You see the clothes on the farm, all the pharmacies, CVS, and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You can be crazy out there because a lot of people are on meds. You know, a lot of people are on meds right now.
Come. See,
Like,
so they
it's crazy.
So there you have it. Apothecary, a druggist, a pharmacist, a pharmacy or drug store. Especially in England and Ireland, a druggist licensed to prescribe medicine. So this is your Walgreens, CVS.
Yeah.
This look funny. A druggist.
Hey man, I'm a druggist.
What's that? I study drugs. A druggist. I have knowledge of drugs.
It's so crazy, but a lot of celebrities who die either they're on an illegal drug or they're on medication. It's crazy, man.
Street pharmacist.
Street druggist.
Druggist.
Drug druggist.
It's almost saying like old English. I druggist him from down the street to the front of the door. I druggist. Anyway, yeah. So 38 and 9, it says, my son, in thy sickness be not negligent, but pray unto the Lord, and he will make thee whole. Right? Because remember, the Most High uses the physician, but he's the one that has to allow it to happen. So even in their wisdom, they know that the Most High has to allow it. It's not just, depend on the pharmacist. He's the one that heals you. Verse 10, leave off from sin and order thy hands aright and cleanse thy heart from all wickedness. Give a sweet savor and a memorial of fine flour, and make a fat offering as not being, right? So now it's going into what? You doing an offering unto the Most High, right? To be as a go-between you and whatever wrong you may have done. Then it says in verse 12, then give place to the physician, for the Lord hath created him. Let him not go from thee, for thou hast need of him. Right? So he's a vessel of the Most High that was made to do good. You can link this, verse 12. I see your hand. You can link verse 12 with 34. Ecclesiasticus 34, 16 and 17. Ecclesiasticus. So link 38 and 12 with Ecclesiasticus 34, 16 and 17. With Ecclesiasticus 34 and 16, it reads, for the eyes of the Lord are upon him that love him. He is their mighty protection and strong stay, a defense from heat, a cover from the sun at noon, a preservation from stumbling, and a help from falling. Verse 17, he raiseth up the soul and lighteneth the eyes. He giveth health, life, and blessing. Boom. So link those two.
2 Chronicles 16 and 12. And Asa, in the 39th year of his reign, was diseased in his feet, until his disease was exceeding great. Yet in his disease he sought not to the Lord, but to the physicians.
Come. Glad you pulled that, because that right there shows you that there's an order to it. And we see Asa, King Asa, he messed that order up. Because if he went to the Most High first, the Most High could have used those physicians and they could have been successful. But because he went to the physicians first, he worshiped the creature more than the creator. We saw he received the error that was meet, unfortunately. So that's like things written aforetime, written for our learning, right? Don't fall into that same trap. But Tawada for reading that. So that was 2 Chronicles 16 and 12. That was all verse 12, or did you read verse? Okay. So Ecclesiasticus 38 and 13, it says, there is a time when in their hands there is good success, for they shall also pray unto the Lord, that he would prosper that which they give for ease and remedy to prolong life. So you want the position too to believe in the Most High, right? To pray to the Most High to say, yeah, I have these skills, but it's because you blessed me with these skills and you blessed me with this role to carry forth this skill, right? To help people, right? This comes from you, Most High. Thank you. It says in verse 15, he that sinneth before his maker, though, let him fall into the hand of the physician, right? So in other words, it's like saying, you know, if you want to go against the Most High, you know, may you fall into the hand of the physician, because that's the only shot you got. And that's a crapshoot at best. You know, you should have came to me first. Now you got to depend on him. But once again, it's like, even with that, I still have to be the one to allow him to heal you anyway, because we know even in the world with the wicked and our people that are not in the truth, you know, it's a crapshoot. Sometimes things work out. You know, the Most High allowed it. It doesn't mean that they're in the truth. Just like we're talking about with the sister that came before. I remember she was she kind of believed in a couple things. Like she was hearing, we were teaching. She's like, that's good, but you know, she's like, yeah, that's good. And I feel like, you know, you can get the spirit in a lot of other ways too. And she was talking about the Pentecostal church. She was telling us a story about how somebody was ill in her church. They were praying over her, right? They were doing the the boom shakalaka that they go to Chief Raka, you know, doing the stuff that they do in the Pentecostal church, right? You know, bum shut up, bum shut up, bum skibby bum, you know, all that stuff, right?
Oh, they're rapping.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. That's what I can think of. I'm doing that. Yeah. Hardy, Skibbity yabba dabba do. So they're doing all that. And she actually got better, which I was like, damn, that's a trap. That's a devil's trap, because now in their mind, they're convinced that the Pentecostal works because they prayed over her using the Pentecostal tongues, and she got better. So that's a trap, trapping them more into that doctrine even further. Now in her mind, it's like, unless she can come to the truth and realize, oh, the Most High has allowed that, even though it wasn't the truth. To the person who has no understanding, they may think they actually have power, and that was the Holy Spirit. Whereas us knowing the truth, yeah, y'all got power, but that wasn't the Holy Spirit. That was probably something else. And if it wasn't some other unclean spirit, it was the Most High ultimately just allowing that to happen, but not because of what you believe, you know? So Most High can do that. And he can further entrap people into their false doctrine by having them, you know, call upon their false idols, and then things work out for a time. It'll lock them in further. And like you was saying to you about, you know, you talk to Levi, you can find out certain things. That's a trap there too, right? Because you got the Hungans and the Mambos, right? Mm-hmm. They go through their rituals, their training, right? And they get power, but on the left-hand side. But then they'll say, oh, wow, I can get things done. I can get results from this. And then other people will go to them, get results. And then more people will be entrapped into that doctrine. Because the devil will give out gifts right now, right? Whereas Christ, he gives the big, humongous gift, but in his second coming, though. But he'll give us power right now to deal with, the enemy, scorpions, serpents, all that kind of stuff. But most people don't want to pay that price, unfortunately. We're the few that do. So back to 38. Now we're about to go into a transition here into verse 16. It says in verse 16, my son, let tears fall down over the dead and begin to lament as if thou hast suffered great harm thyself, and then cover his body according to the custom and neglect not his burial. That's what we're reading earlier in Ecclesiastes 3, right? About a time to mourn and a time to rejoice. You could also link with 16, 1 Corinthians. Let me see here. First Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 32. 1 Corinthians 15 and 32. You could link with 38 and 16, where it reads, "If after the manner of men have I fought with beasts at Ephesus, what advantage it me if the dead rise not? Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." Right? He's actually quoting something that they would say then at that time, right? A common saying from one of the philosophers. But, Paul would do that when whatever they said would echo the wisdom of the scriptures, because he's relating to his audience, right? So you guys have heard this saying before, but it actually goes along with the Most High's got going on, right? So Ecclesiasticus 38:17, it says, "Weep bitterly and make great moan and use lamentation, as he is worthy. And that a day or two, lest thou be evil spoken of, and then comfort thyself of thy heaviness." Right? So it's talking about how to go about mourning, right? And how long is recommended, right? It says, "And that a day or two," it says, "lest thou be evil spoken of, and then comfort thyself for thy heaviness." So it's saying comfort yourself for your heaviness. Why? Because as you read on, it says, "For of heaviness cometh death, and the heaviness of the heart breaketh strength." Right? So you want to make sure, the heaviness doesn't consume you, because otherwise you can go up and down mourning, and then, a person who's passed on, they're back on, they're back in the third heaven. They're saying like what they would have told you while they were still here. I want you to live on, right? Enjoy your life, but the rest of the days that you have, and, celebrate on my behalf, right? But then because that person is gone, you now mourn and, become depressed. Now you become ill, you become sick, right? To where now you could even get ill too, especially if you're up in age too. Say it's like your significant other, right? Passes. Because I know you guys have probably seen that before, or maybe had that experience in your family or amongst friends where, it might be a couple that grew old and one died before the other. And then the other person was so sad, it was like, they may have been okay, but then once the one person passed, it was like the other person just, because of their, how they felt, they got ill, got sick, and then, they were soon after, right? They might have been a couple weeks or months. Now they're deceased, right after the person that they were with, their significant other. So, that can happen to somebody, especially not just only, but especially if you're up in years, and that's the person you've been with, most of your life. Now they're gone. Now it's like you stop or you cease the will to live yourself. And then now you're, ill, getting close to dying too, and you might even die shortly after they die.
Ecclesiasticus 30 verse 23. No, 22 and 23. Said, "The gladness of the heart is the life of man, and joyfulness of a man prolongeth his days. Love thine also own soul, and comfort thy heart. Remove sorrow far from thee, for sorrow hath killed many, and there is no profit therein. So you gotta.
What was that chapter and verse again?
Ecclesiasticus
That was good.
30.
Okay, because you said 20, and you said, okay.
Ecclesiasticus 30, 21
Okay.
to 23.
All right, got it. Thanks.
You can't tear it yourself, you know, beat up yourself. A lot of things.
So link 38 and 18 with 30, 21 to 23. All right. Then it says in verse 19, in affliction also sorrow remaineth. In the life of the poor is the curse of the heart. Right? So when we get afflicted, remember affliction is one of the three types of temptation, right? This is the seed that fell on the stony ground. When you're reading the parable of the sower and the seed. Sorrow remaineth, right? Which is the opposite of joy, right? Sorrow. It says, in the life of the poor is the curse of the heart. We read that earlier, right? In Proverbs 30, where it says, give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, right? Lest he will be poor and steal and take the name of his God in vain. Like he said, he didn't want to get to that place, right? Or he felt compelled to do that. Oh, to also go with what you read, Yahweh, you can just read or write it down. I'll read it real quick. I got to pull this. Ecclesiastes chapter 7. Ecclesiastes chapter 7. And I'll read verses 2 to 4. Ecclesiastes 7. Verse 2, and I'm going to read down to 4. It reads, it is better to go into the house of mourning than go into the house of feasting, for that is the end of all men. And the living will lay it to his heart. Verse 3, sorrow is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance, the heart is made better. Then it says in verse 4, the heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of mirth. Right? So it's not saying I'll have a good time. But it's saying the wise is going to what? Consider sorrow more than mirth, because it's going to make you be what? More grave, more serious, right? More mindful, right? Of the worst case scenario. You won't just be like they say, happy-go-lucky, right? You're just like, oh, carefree, not a care in the world, it's that and the third. You're going to be more mindful and thoughtful of worst case scenario. So yeah, sadness in the countenance, the heart is made better. So, it almost seems like, how can that be true? Because in the world today, everybody prides themselves off of, good thoughts, happy feelings, right? I'm good, I'm straight, I'm loving life, What's the song? It was a song, but then it became like a catchphrase. The back and forth with you. Living my best life. Now everybody says, living my best life. Everybody says that now. After that song, it came out, was it last year, year before? It's a Lil Duval.
Lil Duval and Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, right. When that song came out, now everybody and their mother says that now. I'm just trying to live my best life. So yeah, while you do that, at the same time, consider the house of mourning, right? So that you're more serious-minded. You're not caught off guard when things befall you. Yeah. So in verse 20, it says, take no heaviness to heart, drive it away, and remember the last end. Then it says, forget it not, for there is no turning again. Thou shalt not do him good, but hurt thyself. Because once a person goes to the third heaven, what can you do at that point, right? After you mourn and mourn for a time, not much more you can do after that because it's pretty much over. The Most High has made his decision, and they're not going to come back. And this is good too because remember the famous story about David, right? After the first child that him and Bathsheba had that they conceived through adultery, the Most High, as a judgment, smote the child with sickness when it was first born. Let me get that real quick to link with what we're reading here in verse 21, because look at what happens, and look at what David did while the child may have lived, and then look at what he did after the child died. This is 2 Samuel. 2 Samuel, I think it's 14. Let me make sure. No, 12. 12. 2 Samuel 12, 15 down to 23. That's the whole thing. 2 Samuel 12. I'll read through it swiftly, and then we'll continue on. But not bad on getting more those history references, y'all can I? Kings and Chronicles, huh? The books of the kings. 2 Samuel 12 and 15, it says, and Nathan departed unto his house. This is one of David's prophets. This is after he was given, Nathan gave him the judgment from the Most High as far as him committing adultery with a married woman, Bathsheba. And it says that he told him that the child that shall be born between y'all's union shall surely die. It says, Nathan departed unto his house, and Yahweh struck the child that Uriah's wife bare unto David, and it was very sick. 16, David therefore besought power for the child. And David fasted and went in and lay all night upon the earth. And the elders of his house arose and went to him to raise him up from the earth, but he would not, neither did he eat bread with them. And it came to pass that on the seventh day that the child died, and the servants of David feared to tell him that the child was dead. For they said, behold, while the child was yet alive, we spake unto him, and he would not hearken unto our voice. How will he then vex himself if we tell him that the child is dead? So they felt hesitant to even tell David the bad news. They said, if he's already fasting while the child is sick, now we tell him the child is dead. What's he going to do above and beyond fasting? Is he going to do something even worse to himself? 19, when David saw that his servants whispered, David perceived that the child was dead. Therefore David said unto his servants, is the child dead? And they said, he is dead. So he pressed him with the question. So it's like, we got to tell him the truth. Now he's asking us. But check out David's response, though. He says, and David arose from the earth and washed and anointed himself and changed his apparel and came into the house of Yahweh and worshiped. Then he came to his own house. And when he required, they set bread before him, and he did eat. Then said his servants unto him, what thing is this that thou hast done? Thou didst fast and weep for the child while it was alive. When the child was dead, thou didst rise and eat bread. Right? So where they see it, it's just like, it almost seems reversed. Yeah, like, so the child was alive, like you were fasting and weeping, but now the child's dead, you're eating food, like it's all good. Like, you should be fasting now that you lost your child, right? But look at what David says according to his reasoning. And he said, while the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, who can tell whether the power will be gracious to me that the child may live, right? Because our righteous wickedness is weighed in the balance, right? Because David had a lot of righteousness on his ledger to where, and he even showed mercy to those who may not deserve mercy. So we can see how things can come around where the Most High will look at how we treat others. And then when we're in that same boat, he may look upon us the same way. Whereas if we're not as merciful with our own brothers and sisters, and then we want mercy ourselves, that's when it's like, man, you may not get that mercy. Like this one over here gets that mercy because I see how he dealt with his brothers. Even when they were wrong, he showed them mercy. Now for you, you're merciless, right? You're worse than me, right? What's that TV show? Flash Gordon, Ming the Merciless. You're merciless. So now you're coming to me for mercy? How's that supposed to work?
Is it for us, an album called
God forgive, I don't.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Everybody was talking about the album cover, the name, like, oh, like, oh, he don't forgive. He's Old Testament. It's like, so it says, who can tell whether power will be gracious to me, the child may live? Verse 23, but now he is dead. Wherefore should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I like this last part. I shall go to him, but he shall not return to me. That lets you understand how reincarnation works. The last part will lose most people. Because what he's saying is what? Most High's made a decision. So what can I do? Nathan told me, but I hope that Most High might be merciful, right? And I can't be too mad because I did the wrong, Could have been worse. So he's going to go to the child. The child should not come to him. David knows when he dies, he's going to go in that third heaven where the spirit of that child that died is already up there. Whoever that child was before and whoever that child may be now. All right. So that's 2 Samuel 12, 15 to 23. And then you could link that with 38 and 21. Let's go back. It says, Ecclesiasticus 38 in verse 22. Remember my judgment, for thine also shall be so. Yesterday for me and today for thee. Right? So I'm older, so yeah, I gotta make remember this now. Whereas you gotta keep this in mind, because you're gonna grow old too yourself. Remember, it's like a conversation between like a grandfather, a father, and a son. You look at the way this is written, Ecclesiasticus, right? It says in 23, when the dead is at rest, let his remembrance rest and be comforted for him when his spirit is departed from him, right? So as tough as that may be, in the moment, try to do that. Like we just read in 2 Samuel 12. But, easier said than done, especially depending on the connection you have with that person, especially if it was really strong. A day or two, it may be a little longer than a day or two, but you just take it in stride the best you can. Verse 24, it says, so now we're going to switch gears for the rest of this. But I like this last part. This last part goes into from here to the end. It's more like reasoning around, what you might call the class levels, right? Like the wealthy class, right? Like the wealthy owner class versus like the blue collar class, right? The blue collar artisan class versus like the wealthy ownership landowner class, and the wisdom that comes with both, levels, and how one level have one kind of wisdom, whereas the other level will have another kind of wisdom that deals with, ruling and managing over people, right? That kind of job. It's like working like high up in like the government, right? Versus down low in a more artisan trade blue collar level. Everything right over there? Okay. So 23, it says 24, it says, the wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure. It says, and he that have little business shall become wise. So this is kind of interesting scripture here, because it's talking about the balancing act, right? That comes with when you're nose to the grind and whatever it is that you're doing, if you're starting a business or working into a profession and whatnot, right? It's saying that you really can't gain wisdom unless you can kind of sit back from the work that you do. When you're nose to the grind and doing what you do, your focus is on that. But as far as being able to reflect on what you've done and the management around the work that you do, you need to be able to have a time to sit back and kind of reflect on that to really get deeper understanding. It's kind of like in the introduction to you guys heard that book, The Prince by Machiavelli. It talks about like government like how to govern certain situations. Kind of like one of those classics, like Plato's Republic. But you look in the intro that it says like a person who's doing a painting, right? It says you can't really paint the valley, right? When you're in the valley, you got to stand on the hilltop and look down on the valley to actually paint it appropriately. Just like someone who's trying to paint the hilltop, you can't paint the hilltop while you're on the hilltop. You have to go down the valley and look up to see the hill to paint it properly. So the parable that they're given there pretty much is saying you really can't understand like the workings of government, the workings of an organization when you're in it. You know what I mean? Like when you're in it, when you're kind of doing the day-to-day stuff that involves, you can't really understand it until you leave it. Maybe take some kind of sabbatical or vacation or something, where you kind of sit back and not have your nose to the grind and just reflect on, okay, what was actually going on there, right? How could I have done things better? Or what were the politics that were taking place while I was trying to get whatever work done while doing that business or working in that environment, right? You have to be able to get some distance from it and then have time to reflect on it. Same thing when it comes to the wisdom of the Most High. It's like you have to set time aside to really reflect and think deeply on what these things are that we're studying, right? You know, just looking at it, you know, at face value and not really having time to really consider it and always being tied to this type of thing or this type of thing, this type of work, that type of work. It's hard for you really to gain insight into the depth of the scriptures, how it connects with other scriptures, and to go from, you know, understanding just simply small matters to really understanding greater matters. So that's what the scriptures are conveying here. It's going to use some examples to show this. To link with 24 real quick before we read the examples they give, there's some Proverbs to talk about this as well. Proverbs chapter 18. Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 1. You can link this with 38 and 24. Proverbs 18 and 1, which reads, through desire, a man having separated himself seeketh in a matter with all wisdom. Right? So through a desire, a man will separate himself, right? He'll step away. Like in the world, they call it like a sabbatical, which is funny because it comes from the word Sabbath, which means rest, right? Where you might be working in a certain field of profession. You take a sabbatical, right? To, you know, to maybe write something or to reflect, you know, you take sabbaticals for different reasons, right? To like think on the work that you've done at this point and then consider like, okay, what am I going to do next? Right? So it's not just work. It's work, but then you want to sit back and consider, okay, what have I been working towards? And how does this relate to things as a whole, not just in my own respect, in my own respective situation. So this is what it takes to really gain that extra wisdom. So let me just read on in Ecclesiasticus. This is going to explain it. I'll read 24 again. It says, the wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure. He that little business shall become wise. Verse 25, how can he get wisdom that holdeth the plow, and that glorieth in the goad, and driveth oxen, and is occupied in their labors, and whose talk is of bullocks, right, or young bulls? He giveth mind to make furrows, and is diligent to give the kine fodder, right? So furrows turn the soil over, right? And kine food for the fodder, right? Well, fodder is the food for the kine, rather, as far as the whatever beast or bird he's using to turn over the soil. So for a farmer, works the same way, just like it does in verse 27. For every carpenter and workmaster that laboreth night and day, and they that cut and grave seals, and are diligent to make great variety, and give themselves to counterfeit imagery, and watch to finish a work. So any artisan of this type, right? Whether it be someone who works with wood, right? Or someone who works with seals of different, you know, minerals, right? To sand them down, to shape them, right? To sculpt them, to finish a work, right? Their focus is going to be what? As we're going to read, to whatever that craft may be, right? It works to also too for, for someone who's like creating something, right? Or starting a business, the same thing. Your heart and mind is going to be in to that, trying to understand the ins and outs of that, how to shape that, grow that, perfect that, learning from mistakes, etc., and so forth. It says in verse 28, the smith also sitting by the anvil and considering the ironwork, the vapor of the fire wasteth his flesh, and he fight with the heat of the furnace. The noise of the hammer and the anvil is ever in his ears, and his eyes look still upon the pattern of the thing that he maketh. He setteth his mind to finish his work, and watcheth to polish it perfectly. Right? So we know when it comes to this, working with your hands. And in this case, we're talking about blacksmithing, right? With the anvil, where you have the heated metal that you're hammering to shape it, right? We might be melting it down to pour it into like a mold, right? You got to be paying attention, whether it was how we did in the ancient times, even how we do it now with more modern tech. We know you got to be focused on what you're doing. That's why they got workman's comp, right? Because we know mistakes can happen on the job, right? You miss a beat 1 second, you get distracted one moment, that can cost you a limb, let alone a hand or a finger, right? If you're not careful. So your focus is on what you're doing, the safety around, of course, whatever it is you're trying to build. Then it says in verse 29, so doeth the potter sitting at his work and turning the wheel about with his feet, who is always careful to set at his work and maketh all his work by number, right? So, for a potter, he's got the skills. He's going to make different pots, different sizes with the clay. He's going to have the wheel spinning, right? Where the thing is spinning like this, right? He's doing his hands to make sure he shapes it a certain way. And then he's got to make sure the clay is a certain constitution so that by the time it's ready to go into the furnace, it doesn't break, but that it solidifies and that it's sturdy so that the person can use the pot for whatever they're going to use it for. It says in verse 30, he fashioned the clay with his arm and bowed down his strength before his feet. He applied himself to lead it over, and he is diligent to make clean the furnace, right? So he has to clean it out, so it doesn't, get too backed up, but keeps it clean so he can constantly make more and more pots, depending on, whatever work order he may have. This is in 31. All these trust to their hands, and every one is wise in his work. It says, without these cannot a city be inhabited, and they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down, right? So just like today, right? We see what they always talk about in the news, right? Anytime they have elections, infrastructure, right? It's the same conversation we're reading here, right? Look at our road. Our roads are crap, right? I can't even go to work, in this crap economy because the roads got potholes and this, that, and the third, or we can't even go in a building anymore because, building codes are being violated because it's got asbestos in the walls or it's falling apart, got termites or, whatever it is. Residential, commercial properties have issues, right? That's where we need craftsmen of different types, right? To build and to fix these kinds of things. Where we're talking about buildings or roads or plants of different types to make different products. So it says, without these cannot a city be inhabited, and they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down. It says, they shall not be sought for in public council, nor sit high in the congregation. They shall not sit in the judge's seat, nor understand the sentence of judgment. They cannot declare justice and judgment. They shall not be found where parables are spoken. So these same craftsmen, these same blue collar workers, right, so to speak, it's saying that what? They're not going to be sought for in the public council. They're not going to sit high in the congregation, right? Like you would have for other folks, right? Like the folks that would able be able to gain this wisdom when it comes to counsel, right? They're not going to sit high in the congregation. Like we read another scripture where it says, if you ever go to like a banquet or whatever, it says, don't go in the high place, right? Sit in the lower section first. Let those in the high place call you up. Don't go and sit in the high place. And then the people up there are like, oh, this seat is for someone else. And you got to go down to the lower level, because then it's like everybody's looking at you like, oh, boy, thought he was an MVP. That's a bad look. You're better off just going to the lower section, and then if somebody sees you that knows you, and it's like they're not caring about, oh, I'm just a blue collar guy. I work with my hands or what have you. They'll say, oh, he's a good guy. He's a good girl. Come on up here with us. You rather have it that way. Let them bring you in as opposed to you try to put yourself in, right? For manners' sake. So it's saying these types of guys work with their hands. They're not going to be sought for in the public council or sitting high in the congregation. They should not sit in the judge's seat nor understand the sentence of judgment. They cannot declare justice and judgment. They should not be found where parables are spoken. That's speaking, typically, right? Because, when Christ and his disciples, they kind of upset this, right? Well, they kind of were like the exception. So what were they saying to the disciples? They were saying, how these men have letters, having never learned, right? These guys are fishermen. These guys are tax collector. This guy's that, right? They're not like the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the scribes. They're not the ones that everybody looks to for counsel, for guidance, right? Just like today, people look to, people with money. People, like we were saying earlier, with them letters after their name. People look to them for counsel, for guidance, right? For instruction. Not these blue-collar guys, these fishermen, taxi driver, like his carriage, these guys, horse and buggy guy. What are you, right? And how do you guys have all this wisdom and knowledge, right? Who taught you? Who'd you learn under? He had some exceptions to the rule, like Paul, for example. He was an exception to the rule because he was trained as a Pharisee, but he still was able to accept and receive Christ. Just like Nicodemus, remember, he was an exception too because he was a Pharisee. He received Christ, right? But even with him, he was still kind of, he didn't just embrace him all, wholeheartedly because he knew there was a certain stigma around people who believed on Christ. But at least he stood up for him. Remember reading the thing in the Gospels, he's like, is our law, judging a man before we hear what they do? So he's like, what's the issue you guys have with Christ? Like, we got to have a reason if we're going to say, we're not going to deal with them. So once again, I'll read 33 and then close. They shall not be sought for in public council, nor sit high in a congregation. They should not sit in the judge's seat, nor understand the sentence of judgment. They cannot declare justice and judgment. They should not be found where parables are spoken, 34, but they will maintain the state of the world, and all their desire is in the work of their craft, right? So yeah, they may not be the wise folks that people come to for this, that, and the third, but they will be the wise folks people come to when it comes to the city itself, right? Not the people, but actually just the construction of the city. Right, you're going to call upon the potter, right? You're going to call upon the smith of different kinds, the farmer, the carpenter, the workmaster, right? Working with different, minerals, right? You're going to look to them when it comes to things need to be fixed in the city, like they always talk about now when it comes to infrastructure, right? So you're going to look to those folks when it comes to infrastructure. And we see now, this is written back during the time of BC times, but we see this to be timeless wisdom because, even today, you're not, you see people that work for different unions, right? And they don't like it when they do get involved in politics because they'll usually push back and say, all right, look, this is what, us workers, people need to do their job and do them well, right? This is what our demands are, right? We'll still work for you, but these are the things we need to do our job and do it well. And then there's always this tension. And you see with Esau and the Greed, they don't like to even let unions get a breather, right? To be able to say, okay, we would like these kinds of benefits, this kind of workman's comp, this kind of hourly pay, right? The way the media always spin the story is, oh, these unions want to bite off more than they can chew. They're money hungry. They're greedy, right? They're corrupt. But it's just like, yeah, that's a nice story. But, the only reason why they came together was because of your corruption, right? In the beginning, right? You want to go as low as you could, right? You wanted to go as low as you could as far as what benefits you wanted to provide them and how much you wanted to pay them. So now it's like, as a group, you got to come together and say, look, this is what we demand, right? This is what we are expect to be paid to do this job and to do it well. And I mean, really, to be honest, it's like the last thing people have, I think, in this government is unions, and to be honest, because they already got the votes bought and paid for through these super PACs, right? You know, that's usually the big money interests. They're the ones that sway a politician one way or the other. So unions are the last stand. And with a lot of these private companies, they're trying their best to, keep their companies, especially different parts of their company, from unionizing. You know, from your Walmarts to your Facebooks, all your major chains. You know, they'll have their employees take training and go, hey, have you seen this on the job? Someone handing out flyers about, a union meeting. If you ever see this, you definitely want to reach out to your manager and report them. You know, like it's like making it like they have the presentation in like a real nice way they do it, but they're like telling you like that's that's something you might want to be mindful of. You want to talk to your your superiors about that as soon as possible. You ever see someone talk about unionizing, or you see people out there on the streets with the big blow up rat. You know what I'm talking about? You see,
I see them in New York.
The rat, you see the big rat, and it's like, if you ever see this on the job, definitely want to report to your superior officers. Like, you can pull them up on YouTube. Some people upload them on YouTube, like the videos they have employees watch. But and the whole thing is like, I'm all for capitalism, but I'm like, if you really want capitalism to work in the long term, just give the people what they want. Not like what they want, like, just totally, far-fetched, but just the basics, you know what I mean? So that,
Reasonable.
yeah, so that they're more than willing to come in bright and early. We're talking about earlier, bright and early Monday morning to, to make your company go above and beyond. Because it's a sad thing where people just like the attitude now, and you see it in the comments for like these types of conversations. See, that's why you don't work for the man, start your own business, man. That's why you don't work for nobody. But it's just like, if you want to start a business, great, but it shouldn't have to be that way. It shouldn't have to be, oh, my retirement plan is to start a business, right? You shouldn't. The ideal should be, if you want to do that, great. You should have all the enterprise resource to do so if you want to put the work in, right? But you shouldn't have to be worried about getting screwed over by a job, right, that you put in, 10, 15, 20 years for the company, right, to maybe not be a manager, but sometimes you just might want to be they call it a subject matter expert, or you might actually like being more hands-on than getting more into the administrative part of it. It might be your thing, right? So for those folks, why can't they be compensated for the years they put in? And then they could bring on new people and train them, right? In those same, hands-on crafts, not necessarily get into management, right? But, they don't do that.
But not everybody wants to start their own business. Not everybody can start their own business. Not everybody has the mindset to start their own business. Some people just want to be a good worker. Even if you start your own business, if you have a brick and mortar, whatever business, you're going to need people to work. So if everybody go and start their own business, who's going to do the work?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. They shouldn't be penalized for that. Right. They shouldn't be screwed over in that type of environment if they want to go that route. They should be compensated accordingly for that type of work. Whereas for the person who's more business minded, who's more enterprise minded, who's more willing to take on that risk to start their own, right? Let them give them the avenue to go in that direction, But it seems like it's like as a default, it's just like, you don't want to work for anybody ever, right? At least for too long. You just do it for here and now, and that, you just want to start your own thing because you can't trust people that you work for. You can't trust, upper management. Can't trust in any companies, big or small. I just think that's just a hard way of looking at it. Because in the law, what do we have? And when you read this, it almost seems nuts. But let me just get this real quick before we close out. This is in Exodus, right? Laws of the manservant and maidservant, right? It's talking about how we deal with each other, right? If say we have some land and we want to hire people on our land, right? As far as our brothers and sisters, of course, when it comes to other nations, we would have them indefinitely, right? And their children. But when it comes to dealing with your brother and sister, it was their choice if they wanted to stay, right? But check this out, right? Go to Exodus 21, right? We'll start from 1. So in Exodus 21:1, it says, now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them, right? This is right after, Moses was came down from the mount and the Most High did the thunderings and lightnings, right? It says in verse 2, if thou buy an Hebrew servant, so it's talking about someone that's of your nation, right? One of our brothers, right? But he's working for you, right? It says 6 years he shall serve. It says in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing, right? So the other nations, they're supposed to continually be our possession, right? The Most High made them to play that role. You read in other laws, right? But for your brother, give him 7 years. This is the reverse of what we saw in America, which was what? We belong to Esau, definitely, right? We never got to be free, even under the sharecropping system. But then the Irish and the Italians and the other lower class so-called whites that weren't white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, they were indentured servants, right? So they were on the plantation, but they got to be free after, I think it was 7 years. So it's really the same model, just flipped upside down, right? The way Esau did it. So it says, he shall go free for nothing. It says, if he came in by himself, he should go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. So if he came already, right, just himself, he'll be free to go after 7 years. If he came with a wife, right, they were already married when they came to work for you, right, they shall go out together. It says, if his master have given him a wife, so the master might be in a position where he says, okay, I have a servant, I have another female servant, let me pair them together, right? Right? It says, if his master have given him a wife, and she had borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. So the master was the one that was responsible for getting him a wife, and he had to pay the dowry. He didn't have to pay the dowry. The master covered that. Then just know that whatever comes out of that union is still going to be under the master. And if the servant shall say plainly, now here's the thing that is like the head scratcher, right? Because clearly the Most High is putting this here because this scenario would come to pass. But it's so hard for us to see this in the modern setup, because get beyond the master servant word, because Esau's good when it comes to euphemisms, right? He'll put things in flowery terms, but it's pretty much the same relationship. Today he'll say boss employee, but it's pretty much the same thing, right? When you say master and servant, you think, oh, master servant. So it's fuel days, we don't do that anymore, but it's still the same relationship, especially if you don't own the means of production, right? If you all the things you use to do your job are still owned by, the bosses and the managers, then it's still pretty much the same relationship. But check this out. If a servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. It says, then his master shall bring him into the judges. He shall also bring him to the door or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. Right? So this is something that you might have a servant willingly choose, right? But not against his will. But like I said, he has the option to go out. But it's a scenario you very rarely see. You might see it sometimes, but you know how it works. You like if you're working for somebody and you say, man, I really like this manager, right? This manager, treats me well. Here's my complaints, I complain about my tools, time frames, different things. And they respond to my concerns, right? And then you find out about that manager getting ready to leave the company, right? And, people that know that manager to be a good manager who's actually responsive to what the workers' needs are. What's the first thing people are doing? Oh, where are you going? I'll go with you, right? wherever company you go to, I'm going with you, right? Because I like this dynamic. Like you said, everyone may not have the will or the ability to start their own, but wouldn't mind doing what they do best in that particular role. At least being under management, they can respect and they know their voices will be heard when they have certain concerns. They'll try to flock wherever that manager is going because usually when a new one comes in, they're trying to make a name for themselves. They're extra, anal. They're probably micromanager. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, who's the new guy? Just like we read about in Genesis when it says a new Pharaoh came on the scene who knew not Joseph, and that Pharaoh was like kicking what's things behind, right? Kicking Israel's behind, as opposed to the Pharaoh that came before that was like, oh yeah, we're cool. You Hebrews, we're gonna hook y'all up. It's always the new person that's in charge. Is like you kind of cross your fingers, like I hope this new manager is gonna be just as good as the old one, but it doesn't always happen that way. But yeah, just the fact that the servant is saying, I love my master and I want to stay. It just seems strange because we're just so used to someone that you report to screwing you over somehow, some way, leaving you out there. I just saw this thing on World Star Hip Hop. I know there's probably 2 or 3 sides to the story. If we have time, I'll pull it up here. But brother had an accident on the job. He was working at Frito-Lay, and he touched this. It's like this thing to touch, like some kind of buzzer, and I guess it malfunctions. He got shocked, and it caused like internal damage. Caused like I think it caused 2 of his discs in his spinal column to get herniated, to where he had to get like surgery. And the okay, so he had 2 herniated discs, right? To where he had to get surgery done. But then what happened was Frito-Lay was pretty much trying to hold out on trying to give him workman's comp and all that. They said that they were sending people to his house where his wife and kids live, like trying to get him on camera, not with a cast on, try to pretty much get him on tape or pictures saying, "Oh, look, he's fine." So he didn't have to, pay for him to get the recovery. But like I said, I'll show you the video. But it's kind of wild. Like I said, could be exaggerated. Could be some other stuff. There could be other things going on that we're not seeing. But just from what we see, it's just like I've seen this scenario more than enough to pretty much even the details that I am missing. I can pretty much trust that I'm pretty much getting all the story that I need, because pretty much these corporates, trying to make sure that they don't pay out at all. I'm just like, how often would this situation happen? And it wasn't like he was a bum. Like he had like all types of awards. Like he's working like 15, 20-hour day job, 20-hour days sometimes. Like he it's like that. But the way Frito-Lay is, it's like it's crazy. They had them going like 16+ hour shifts, which is like nuts, right?
16-hour shift. Illegal?
Wow.
And you see like all these different awards that he had, like as far as him getting moved up the ranks and him actually having the skills to. He actually had the skills to manage. Like he knew both sides, as far as the production side, the operation side. So he had the knowledge. But they didn't want to get him the promotion, even after getting the injury. He could have did that work too. But they said, nope, you still got to do the same work, even regardless of the injury that you got. You got the, disc missing in your spinal column, and you're talking about, you have all this pain and stuff. And he had a wife at that point. They had like 3 kids already, and she was, stay-at-home mom and all that. So it's just like, so stories like that. That's where people see that and they go, oh, so yeah, see, that's why I don't want to work for nobody. Right, because I'm not gonna get that, the respect and dignity that I would hope to get if the worst case scenario would happen.
But the things that if he gets, I forget what the scripture. If he get injured and he doesn't take his bed,
It's right here, same chapter.
yeah.
But what about that though? How you relating this?
Oh, you said that they don't want him to get workman comp.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to get him back to work as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to. They don't have to do all that payment out. But it's insurance anyway. It's insured.
Supposed to be. Yeah.
You pay for it anyway.
I mean, that's supposed to be what they would provide on that job, right? To say if something were to happen, you get injured on the job, and it wasn't your fault, it wasn't due to negligence, which this button he had to push every day at the end of work. And for some reason beyond his understanding or control, the thing malfunctioned. He happened to get zapped by the thing. That's what, screwed him up. So it's just like, it's not like he was drinking on the job and then, he ended up getting some guy's hand cut off because, he wasn't watching the machine. Like that's different. Like, well, I get that. And you even have things that will still cover you for negligence in some cases. It wasn't even that. So that's why I'm just like, oh, these guys are being real cheap. Like, how often would this happen with a guy like this? And plus he has all these accolades. It wasn't just like some guy that was slacking, doing the bare minimum just to get by, just to get a check and go home. So you're doing that to the wrong dude. You know what I mean? Like I said, this is what they presented. There's always a second and third witness, of course. We got his position, we got the wife's position, but of course, on the side of the company, it's usually like they didn't say it in the video, but anytime the stuff like this makes the news, the people doing the news report, they'll always say, we reached out to the company and they said they weren't available for comment, or we got their voicemail, but they said that they couldn't sit down and talk with us. Like, of course.
But sometimes that is true.
Yes.
Yeah, because even this guy at my job, he got hurt. But they try to, they help him with the shoulders and they help him out, try to make sure he can get to the cafeteria to sit down and maybe attend to him a little bit, and then for him to get back to work as soon as possible. They don't want him to be out because he's working in the factory. Because in the factories, so dangerous. So many things moving, so many things going, pallets, forklifts, and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So dangerous in it. So they don't want you to go out. They want you to come back, just come back as soon as possible, because they need you to keep the production going.
Yeah.
Keep that going.
And that's understandable too.
Yeah, because even one time I was on my job. I was on my job and I was like, they want me to get back because I was like a supervisor. They want me to come back as soon as possible, and then it's like I had to get like surgery, and it's like I don't want to go back. I want to go to therapy and all of that stuff, but I never went back to the job because they want me to, not to get workman compensation. But I did go to surgery and they paid for that. And they gave me something, and I never went back. I said I don't want to go back. I don't want to go there in crutches, go back to working. Crutches and all of that. Like they're begging me to come back.
See now, you're a bad investment. See, we got to make sure the other guys don't do this, right? We pay out their workman comp and they leave us, and then you leave. I would feel some kind of way if I'm a hiring manager. Be like, what the heck? You left? We hooked you up, man. We got you back 100%, right? Now you throwing the deuce. You throwing the deuces now, really? Yeah, cost of doing business.
He still love that money, but he don't like to pay. Even for like the insurance company to like little accident that come. Oh, they want to give you a check right away for like $300 instead of like it's not going to cover anything.
I understand insurance companies in business to make money, not to give money.
Right.
But they make billions of dollars. But they want to give you a check for $300.
That's
that can't cover it.
They have a fancy name for that, right? They call it actuarial science. You just said the science of, how much do we pay? How much do we charge them for premium? Across the board, given different demographics and all that. So we make a profit in the end based on the average rates of how often these issues happen. That's why anytime they have natural disasters, they bring in the act of God clause, right? Stop loss, which is just pretty much the insurance companies going, act of God, sorry, can't do it.
Terrorism.
Because
what's the other one?
Even if you take the check, you're like, oh yeah, that settles everything. You took the check.
They don't pay.
Right. So I was saying before, like on the job, you on the job drunk or something, you messed up, and it's there's documentations, there's witnesses, there's cameras. They can show it. It's like, okay, there's no workman comp for you. That wasn't the situation with this guy that I was talking about earlier. What were you saying, Yakuna?
No, once they want to give you a check right away. For you to take it and sign it. So that covers everything,
I think they try to do that with the guy I was showing you in this video. They try to give him, I think, $1 million. But if you looked at what he had to do, like the physical therapy and all that, the repair he had to do, it probably wouldn't have been enough. Like it might have maybe got him started, but would have been enough to, get him to full recovery. The nature of his injuries, how much it cost, how much time it was going to be,
It's funny, I had my insurance license. I was working for a company where they were, if you ever in the hospital, they were paying you. I think it was depends on the plan that you pick, anywhere between $100 to $1,000 a day that you spend in the hospital. It's and the ones I think somebody got into a car accident and was in the hospital for like a good year. He was in a coma for a good year. And the whole time he was collected, when he woke up, he was a multi-millionaire. So because of that, the company capped it. Not him, but I'm saying anybody else. The people that had the plan already, their grandfather then, but any new policies, they capped it at $1 million. Because the guy woke up, I think he got like multiple, I don't know exactly, like 6, 7, 8 million bucks. He got.
Hey.
Every day he just woke up.
I'm into money. I'm into money.
It's like best sleep we ever had.
Like, am I dreaming? I think I'm still asleep. Keep the dream going.
My wife is like, yeah, I like the money coming in. I can stay off and nurse it.
It was a good plan. I'm surprised a lot of people didn't jump on it. It was a good plan.
It is. It's like if it didn't get that much publicity, it might have not really done the change. But since anytime something like that gets attention, enough eyes are on it, that's when they know everyone's gonna rush in. That's what's okay, change it. Because they're gonna try to abuse it now.
When the lawyer stepping, he's just stepping.
Yeah, but nobody wants to be in the hospital. Who wants to be in a coma for a year?
I mean, typically, of course not. I'm just saying, like, it's not gonna be like you go in the supermarket, try to fake it.
There was an old lady that she was doing that every time.
Well, we got people that play games with SEPTA. They be riding right real close to the SEPTA bus when they make the turns. They be like, SEPTA, because they know like SEPTA got money, but SEPTA got smart though. It's where they can kind of circumvent some of those things. What were you saying though?
No, the old lady, she used to go to the fruit aisle and she used to get a lot of grapes and throw them on the floor and sip on the grapes. And she did it 3 times and she got paid.
What's that guy from Friday? My neck, my back, my neck and my back. Yeah. And so it's messed up, because our people that are struggling, that's like an easy come up, because if they're saying, okay, I can't really get out of this rat race that I'm in, we try to come up on some fraud,
Sounds like it happened here. So I always go back, you go back to the islands. There's no such thing. Even you get into a car accident, you hit somebody, you're just responsible for their funeral. That's it. You pay for their funeral and you call it there. So it's not like I'm about to get paid.
Back on the
Yeah, this is what he was talking about, and then let's close out because let's try and keep it around 4 hours. But we're about to go into 5 hours. This is Exodus 21 also. we read 1-6, but the part that Yalkana was talking about, it was this one. When you go down to verse 18, it's talking about it's between two men, not so much like you and the company causes you damage, you know. But it says in Exodus 21 and 18, it says, "And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed," 19, "if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then he that smote him be quit," right? Like acquitted. Like you won't get any manslaughter charge or anything like that, or assault charge, whatever. It says, "Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and he shall cause him to be thoroughly healed." Yeah. So this is like a nice incentive, right? To not want to go blow for blow with your bro, right? Because if he's a working man, right, and you guys get into a fight, like it said, he catches some kind of injury, where whatever work that he does, he needs his body to be 100% to do. That's gonna be on you. So it's just like that's a nice incentive to be like, all right, bro, let's talk this out. Because mad as I am, I don't want to be the one to pay for you to get well, get better, get back to 100%, and also pay for time that you lost for money you could have been making. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because for example, we're gonna be in leadership, right? We're gonna be ruling, and some of the nations might fight against each other. This blow for blow, right? Mm-hmm. And you're gonna have to pay for, and the other, let's say Esau fighting against Esau for something, and they blow and he hurt him. And you're gonna have to pay for his loss of time and heal. Mm-hmm. Because it may happen in the future,
Oh, these laws definitely gonna be. It won't be for them, but they'll emulate these, because remember they're still gonna be they're gonna be the servant. They're gonna be the bondman and bondwoman. Yeah. So these are like the laws between us. So it's so funny. A lot of these laws that we have between each other, they'll be there, but the scenarios won't rise up like they would. Like we always talk about, men striving together and a woman gets in between, and
yeah,
like that's not gonna happen. It wouldn't be perfect. You know what I mean?
No, but what about them?
Right, but as I say, it'll trickle down to them, even though they're not for them.
I mean, the curses are going to go upon them, but it might happen to them.
Right, so it'll trickle down to them where if they fall into those same scenarios, we would apply the same type of principles, since they'll be still subject to sin. So they can still fall into these situations. Like, if you're right, because nations could fall into this type of scenario. Yeah. So we have to deal with them accordingly and make sure they deal with each other accordingly.
And they can't sue us because
we'll never abuse them. Anything we do to them will be sound judgment.
And there's no way that they can figure that they can sue us or whatever, because it won't happen. It won't happen.
You're take your court.
Right. On what grounds? Because we're perfect in that day. We're keeping the law perfectly. That there won't be any grounds. Here's the thing. It's like a stubborn child until they realize how good they got it. They're gonna love the service once they realize how perfect our setup is. They're gonna try to resist them because they're stuck in their ways. Just like us when we came out of Egypt. Right. We were stuck in our ways. That's why it tells you, they're not gonna come up with tabernacles. The fact that it's written, you already know. You're gonna have some of them in the kingdom are gonna be like, I ain't got time for that. It's like, oh, you don't? Okay. No rain. Now your cattle's like, Now your people are like, damn it, King. Why can you go over there and give him your 10th? Jesus. Give Levi your 10th. Give David, the house of David, give them their 10th. 20%. It's a lot better than what we were doing before the kingdom. They were slamming us before with taxes. They were only just doing 20%. I'll go with that.
Oh, they're gonna do 20%.
I mean, I could see them paying a 10th. A 10th to the house of David and to the house of Aaron. I could see them paying a 10th. Oh, I could see that. Just for starters, because remember, you got the free will offerings too, and peace offerings also. Like you got the mandatory stuff like the burnt offerings, like all the stuff that's required for each holy day. But then you also have the free will offerings too, which are like anyone can do of their own volition. So for the heathen that are appreciative, like, oh wow, these guys run a tight ship. I like this. Any blessing they'll get, they'll be doing those free will offerings, And sky's the limit. How many you want to do of those? And offerings like it. So what Akiwa, everybody that's here, everybody that's watching, everybody that's listening. We've been going kind of long, going on a little over 5 hours now. We got kind of to a late start. But hopefully everybody was edified with today's service. Next week, we're going to be doing Judges chapters 11 and 12 back in the Old Testament. Judges chapter 11 and chapter 12 for next week. So definitely stay tuned for that. And you'll prepare for that this upcoming week. Definitely read over those chapter readings between now and then. And with that, does anyone else have any other questions or comments? Anything else they want to bring out? What we read earlier, or any questions about what we've been talking about recently? Okay. No response here. Okay, so with that, we'll say Bashar Shabbat, and I'll just say Barakat Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua, Harakat Kodash, which just means blessed be the Most High, in the name of Christ, by way of the Holy Spirit. And with that, I'll tell everybody enjoy the rest of your Sabbath day. Try to keep it holy. Try to keep it righteous. Still got a couple hours left, but definitely review over your notes. If you're gonna watch anything, make sure it's something educational. I always like to do stuff dealing with like nature on a holy day, if I can, like something dealing with like either history, some kind of documentary, or something dealing with like nature. There's a lot of good nature documentaries out there. It's one thing I'll give Esau, being a man of the field. He's put together some really interesting documentation on both sides creation. So, even though he's the wicked, you get a nice little golf clap for some.
His gift.
Yeah.
He's using his gift. All of us the benefit, right?
Here you go. So check out shows like that. Very educational. Learn more about the Most High's creation. All right. So let's do the closing prayers. Oh, you a link up?
No, I said Psalms 8 is nice to read it.
Oh, okay. Someone get the blinds. Bubba Prashant. You guys can sit. Rakate Hawa by Shimi Hawashai, Asharanth and Anawa, Paria Gapin, Tuara Aman. La Hawa by Shimi Hawashai, Af Yashara. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. At Magua, Panuel Jerusalem, came to face Jerusalem. Yahweh, Ba'asham, Yahweh Shai, Babakushai, Shemai, Lanawa, Aitad, Yemyan, Aitad, Shalak, Ma'ika'ala, Alahayim, Tazwadakim, La, Shemar Barak, Rapah, Magun, Wa Chazayak, Banya, Yasharala, Wa Shalak, Lanawa, Rabiim, Kakama, Rabiim, Da'ith, Rabiim, Bayanad, Rabiim, Sabalanwath, Rabiim, Amawan, Rabiim, Aqua, Rabiim, Ahabiim, Rabiim, Haganah, Rochanaya, Wasalak, Kal, Katayamnawa, La Akim, Wa Akiwath, Wayasha'ala, Thamyad, Waiwalam, Ba'asham, Yahawashai, the water, Aman. English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Mike on the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Four Corners Prayer. Yahweh, Ba'asham, Yahweh Shai, Barak Nawa, Wayasha'ala, Wabatya Saparim, Shema Yashavale, Yahweh, Allah Nawa, Yahweh, Akhay. English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. That's what that will say. Shalom Yasharala, Wa Ashar Shabbat. And most of us, we will talk to everybody in the classes this upcoming week. Shalom.